Against the Rockies, it's the Dodgers going toe-to-toe. Hi there, folks, and welcome back to the ballpark. My name is Darren Sutton. We trust to this point your weekend has been a good one. September's the last couple of years. It's been Colorado Rocky magic. They sprinkle that pixie dust on the standings. Are they too far out this year? I just tell you this. The Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants are starting to look over their shoulders because Colorado has won 5 of their last 6. I'm going to bring in my color analyst, Eric Karros, a decade and a half at first base in the big leagues. And, Eric, if they're going to do it, go on this run, they need Carlos Gonzalez to stay hot, but I don't know how he can get any hotter.
Well, he has absolutely been on a tear. In his last 13 games, he's hitting .360, 24 RBI, and 8 home runs, playing as well as anybody in the big leagues. But for me, the guy across the field, Matt Kemp, has played as well as anyone all year long. An MVP candidate. He went 30-30 last night, the first to do so for the Los Angeles Dodgers since Raul Mondesi did it in 1997 and 1999. Today, Matt Kemp, he starts his quest for 40-40.
Bottom line, we're in Hollywood, and there are some serious baseball stars in this ballgame. Cargo, an MVP candidate this year. Tulo the same. And then Todd Helton going to baseball's Hall of Fame, many think. Matt Kemp, is he on a losing club? The National League's most valuable player? We'll have that debate and the ballgame. All this on Fox Saturday Baseball. Rockies is brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Todd Helton, in his career, fine work against these Los Angeles Dodgers. Speedster Fowler, homerless at the top. We've told you about Carlos Gonzalez. Troy Tulowitzki is right there with him. The opening pitch of this ball game is brought to you by Budweiser. You know great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Chad Billingsley on the bump, ready to go. We'll tell you a bit more about him. He faces, as you saw, Fowler, former Oakland Athletic, Mark Ellis, and Carlos Gonzalez. We'll give you the entire 9 here in a moment. But we're underway at Dodger Stadium. Eric and I glad to have you with us as that one is over the inside corner. 10-10, 27th start on the year, an ERA up and over 4. Last time out at Colorado, gave up 5 in 7 2/3 innings. And the fastball is a line drive into center field and a base hit, and Dexter Fowler sets the table. Time now for our sprint pitcher profile on Chad Billingsley. Tell us more.
Well, when I say pitch, don't throw, when he gets into tough situations, he tends to just want to throw a fastball by everybody, gets himself into trouble. Don Mattingly said, stay with some of the off speed. No free passes. That's plagued Billingsley all year long. His last start against these Colorado Rockies, 5 walks.
So he faces Mark Ellis. Billingsley, a guy that has always had the good arm. His fastball's 92 miles an hour on average. Gets plenty behind it. Fastball, that one grabs the outside corner to Ellis. Mark at 245, 4-31 on the season. A couple of years back, some of his best work in 05 in Oakland. He was a 300 hitter back then. A warm day today. A warm Southern California day today.
Usually when you're talking about heat, the ball will play is a hitter's ballpark. Get the ball in the air here, it'll travel. Dodger Stadium usually a tough place to hit, but wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few home runs, especially by that man, Troy Tulowitzki.
Ellis acquired earlier this year. He's played 45 games and driving Dexter Fowler back in. Billingsley, with regard to base running, does a nice job. He's a guy that's always had that big, strong base. I think they've always hoped that he would continue to grow to be even more than he is.
Well, and the thing about him is he just hasn't been able to start to rely on that curveball. He falls in love with the fastball.
High pop up left side. How good is the curveball then if he needs to rely on it more?
Well, the curveball is good enough, but again, most pitchers, they let their ego get the best of them. They're going to throw the ball by the hitter. Throws a fastball, throws a cutter, and it's basically the same pitch. You get a little movement with that cutter, but that curveball is significantly different. Again, he just won't rely on it.
A.J. Ellis is his battery mate today. And he's calling for it. We're going to see it here with a 1-2 count. We'll know right away how good it is coming out of the bullpen. Good pitch there, diving down and in.
And see, that's just something to show the hitter a different plane, different speed. Again, he can come back with that. He can throw the cutter now. But at least he's made Mark Ellis aware that he does have it and isn't afraid to throw it.
2-2 the count to Ellis. Gonzalez waiting on deck. Tried to front door. They say front door that pitch. That's the cut fastball. Usually it runs, as you said, away, but not a bad idea going in.
No, trying to sneak one in. But see, now again, he's put himself in a situation, full count. He basically has to throw the fastball here. Doesn't want to walk him and put runners on for Carlos Gonzalez.
That was the cut fastball a bunch. He's about to throw another one on 3-2. Fowler goes. Bouncing ball, and it's a foul ball. Fowler's been a little bit disappointing. We know he has the speed, and I'm speaking with regard to stolen bases. He's stolen 8, but he's been caught 9 times this year.
It's one thing to have speed, but it's another thing to know how to steal a base. You know, and it's funny because there's a guy across the way, the first base coach for the Dodgers, that I bet you if he got a hold of Dexter Fowler would be a base stealer.
We're going to have some good conversations about that today, and Matt Kemp will help us do that. Runner goes, bouncing ball. Will they stay out of it? Did they get him? Yes, the lead runner, and on to a double play. Just getting Fowler, Blake to Miles to Loney. 5-4-3 double play. Defensively, we've seen him working already. Juan Rivera, Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier in the outfield. Blake, the veteran, gets it on over to Miles for the double play. Loney at first. Carroll plays short. A.J. Ellis finally hit his first big league home run earlier this week. He's behind the plate.
Well, you see this one, Blake gets rid of it quick, and Aaron Miles hangs right in there. Turns it over for a nice double play.
Still just 25 years old. Carlos Gonzalez drops down a bunt. Look at this. Now, many people love when a hitter like this drives in the gap every single time, but he's on. And he's on in front of Troy Tulowitzki. He couldn't have rolled it out any better.
No, and this is a guy that in his last 13 games has hit 8 home runs. And for me, this just shows that he recognizes what's out there. He's not going up there with 2 outs just trying to swing and hit the ball out of the ballpark. He can get down to first. He could steal a base. You've got a guy that we talked about, Matt Kemp being an MVP candidate. Troy Tulowitzki, he's in that same breath.
That is a 14-game hitting streak for Carlos Gonzalez. Troy Tulowitzki, why? Well, he hits over 300. He's got 26 home runs, and he's approaching 90 RBIs on the season. I was talking with Tulowitzki before the game, and simple question, you guys are going to do it again? Are you going to scare the Western Division again this year? And he said, well, our pitching's a little different than it's been in these years past. And even though there's been Cargo and Helton and Tulowitzki, you have to pitch. That's what wins in September.
Well, that's a thing that this Rocky Ball Club has struggled with all year long, is the starting pitching. They've had injuries, guys not living up to expectations. You know, and the reality is these guys did have the experience of trying to catch clubs ahead of them in the past, those great finishes, but not so sure that this ball club is built to do that.
Lines that one toward the upper deck, rattles around, and a 1-1 count to Troy Tulowitzki. But Jim Tracy, in the next breath, making it clear that because of the guys that have been there before, even though it may be reaching the far-fetched category, that they deserve the respect of hope.
Well, they deserve the respect of hope, but the reality is that you can hope all you want, but I'm just not sure that the talent and ability is there.
Breaking ball. Now, that's a good-looking curveball. That's a pitch that he should believe in more often, and I can understand why his manager told you that.
You see, again, this gets the hitter out in front. It's got the downward plane. Again, as a pitcher, you just have to have confidence in all your pitches.
One and two, the count on Tulowitzki. Infield, outfield, straight up. Fastball didn't get the corner. Brian Knight's behind home plate. And so the count is 2-2. Jerry Lane is the first base umpire. He's the crew chief. Bob Davidson, who was the balking Bob Davidson last night, we'll explain later, and Hunter Wendelstedt. The manager likes more curveballs as he looks on. Runner goes. It was a curveball, and it's chopped foul. Good pitch to run on. There's Mr. Knight, the youngest of the quartet. And it was a late balk call by that man that kind of got the Dodgers going last night, and the Rockies frustrated.
Well, I think more than anything, it frustrated Rockies pitching, and next thing you know, the Dodgers put 6 runs on the board.
Tulowitzki tired of waiting. He'll step out. And you talk about shortstops, and you talk about Tulowitzki and where he stands. He's certainly the offensive elite amongst the best. And maybe a better all-around and a clubhouse guy than Hanley Ramirez, who's right there with him offensively in the National League. Didn't nick the bat, so the count is full. 3-2, the count.
See, this is the thing that I'm talking about, though, with Billingsley. You know, he's not pitch efficient at all. This is a second hitter now. He's gone a full count to. It's a hot day. And he's just trying to be too darn fine. Got to trust his stuff.
Runner goes on 3-2, and he walked him. And it looked like he walked him with a breaking ball that he was underneath, so just carried it high up and out of the zone. So he's creating now a 20-plus pitch inning for himself.
Number 17, Todd Helton.
Yeah, again, not the way you want to start out, especially when you get that big double play. Gonzalez drops a bunt. I understand being careful with Tulowitzki, but let him hit the ball, not give free passes.
Todd Helton takes inside. A renaissance year for Todd after seeing last year his slugging percentage dip dramatically. He's up more than 100 points higher than he was last season. A lot of doubles. He's a 500 career double guy. 14 home runs to go along with. Inside, 2-0 the count. And A.J. wants to get a better pace out of Billingsley. He's going to go out and talk with him.
Well, I think he's just trying to calm him down. I think Billingsley frustrated, obviously, with his inability to work ahead of the hitters and essentially put guys away. The last thing you want to do is go 2-0 to a guy like Helton, who, you know, at his age, he will cheat a little bit. I mean, you know, maybe guess on the fastball. This is a fastball situation right here. Had a little bit of success against Chad as well.
2-0 the count. Belts that one into right field. And there to make the play. Put it away out there is Andre Ethier. Threw him a 2-0 changeup to get him out front. Kevin Milwood on the bump. Los Angeles Dodgers will line up. It's brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside of the bun. Aaron Miles, James Loney. Loney's red hot in front of Matt Kemp, and that helps. He finally has some protection, Kemp does, with Juan Rivera. Ethier is struggling since his long hitting streak. Veterans Blake and Carroll at the bottom, and Chad Billingsley bats ninth. Kevin Milwood. He comes back to the big leagues after pitching his way through the minor leagues this year. It's been a unique story to see at 36 years old, willing to go to play in places like Trenton and Scranton and Pawtucket and make 16 total minor league starts to work his way back. This is, as you said, his fourth start in the big leagues as he has worked his way back. But it's been a nice career for Kevin Milwood as he misses high. 1-0 the count. Aaron Miles at the top of the order, 288, and on base of 313 this year. It's kind of the Miles-Carroll duo, just scrappy veterans that keep getting employed every year. Let's take a look at our Sprint pitcher profile on veteran Kevin Milwood.
Got to keep it in the park today. The ball will be jumping in 20 innings pitched so far this year. Kevin Milwood's given up 6 home runs. Really, you pick out a player on the other team. That player's Matt Kemp. You don't let him beat you today if you're Kevin Milwood.
Good sink on that fastball down and away. 1-2 the count. When Kevin began his major league time as Chris Iannetta heads out, he joined a rotation and made about 8 starts as a rookie in '97 with John Smoltz, Tom Glavine, Denny Nagel that year, and Greg Maddux. He made about 8 starts with that bunch. That's a good way to break in.
That is a good way to break in. Got a couple of Hall of Famers on that staff and threw well for the Braves for many years. He was a Cy Young candidate a couple years ago in 2005. I think he finished 6th, won the ERA title that year.
Had a great year in Cleveland. Not a winning season, but a great year, as you mentioned, ERA-wise, as that one is fouled back. What does he bring to the table now? Is there a little bit less giddy up on the fastball?
Less giddy up. He's just a high fastball guy. More experience than anything. You know, somebody that
as a hitter, you go up there, you know you're going to get a couple pitches to hit. You just try not to do too much with it. Again, a serviceable 4th or 5th starter.
Miles in the middle of an 8-game hitting streak. Flips that curveball. It's high. 2-2 the count.
Miles been a pleasant surprise for the Dodgers. Came as a non-roster guy and got more playing time, I think, than the Dodgers would have liked, just because of injuries and people not performing.
Those simple mechanics of Kevin Milwood. He almost looks like he's starting out in the stretch in that windup. Sinks and it's low. 3-2 the count. There's that hitting streak for Aaron Miles, the role he is on right now. And they finally have a guy who's hitting in that 2 spot. Better said, they finally have a James Loney that's hitting. He waits. The 3-2. Tracy realizing, skipper Jim Tracy in there, that it needs to be 2 weeks of about 1 loss. Just 1 is about all you can have. You got to beat every time you play Arizona and San Francisco. The Los Angeles Dodgers, they haven't had that September magic, so no one's really referring to them as a miracle team or a chance to have one.
No, and you know what? That's, you look at it, they both have the same amount of losses, but people think that there's hope for this Rocky ball club. I'd argue that the Dodgers probably have more hope just because their pitching's better.
Lifted into left field, Seth Smith up against that tarp. A little fancy dancing there up on the tarp. Nice play by Smith.
See Smith hustling over and walking along the tarp there.
James Loney now, and it's almost been the last couple of years an inexplicable dip, but you've seen slugging percentage and everything drop for him until about the last few weeks. He's finally put something together.
Well, he's swinging the bat a little bit better, but you look at the home runs, 7 home runs, 5 of them against this Colorado Rocky ball club this year. You know, and he's a guy that, again, just hit the doubles, hit the singles, drive some runners in, but he hasn't done that until late.
Oh my gosh, isn't that what his manager did and have a near Hall of Fame career?
Well, he'd run into a few, though, Don Mattingly. He hit some balls out of the ballpark and drive in over.
That's the thing. He'd drive him in, but you wouldn't, I don't think any of us, when we look back on the career of Don Mattingly, would think of a 30 home run season. And I think Loney can do things, you know, much like a Mark Grace did, that kind of numbers, but he just hasn't done that.
Yeah, you know, I used to say that Loney would be similar to a Mark Grace, but, you know, the more and more I watch, you know, Grace knew what he was doing with the bat. He hit the ball the other way. He knew his ability and knew what he couldn't do. Mark Grace didn't go up there and try and hit home runs. I think James Loney, you know, he's a big man. He can hit the ball out of the park, but he just hasn't translated into doing that during the season.
13 of his last 21. He was a heck of a pitcher when he was a high school baseball player in the Houston, Texas area. Actually had him go out and test that arm when the Dodgers of the last few weeks found their pitching staff depleted. He went and threw in the pen in case they needed him.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams that liked him as a left-handed pitcher. Dodgers obviously liked him as an infielder and drafted him as such.
2-1 the count. Matt Kemp waits on deck. Looks like Milwood knows about, with all his years in the big leagues, this ballpark. He's trying to keep everything knees to shoelaces. That one's up, but it's fouled off. I bet he'd love another shot at that one. 2-2.
Yeah, you know, the thing about it, you look at Matt Kemp getting ready. You know, where Loney hits right now, you have to go after him. You don't want to be fine. You don't want to put guys on where Matt Kemp comes up with guys on base, and I think that's benefited James Loney over the last few weeks.
Might be testing out a breaking ball here on 2-2. He does. And it is very effective. We take you back to last night, the legendary voice of baseball here in Southern California, Vin Scully.
There's a shot by Matt Kemp, and Reynolds gives up another, and a monster it is. So Matt Kemp now has 30 home runs, 98 runs batted in, and 33 stolen bases.
Power and speed, a lethal combination. His glove has improved this year out in center field. And can he win the MVP on a club that probably won't be a winning club is the big question.
Well, he's definitely done enough to deserve the MVP, at least up to this point.
He faces Kevin Milwood, and that one is away. It was Kemp doing it last night at 30 and 33. You mentioned in the open, Raul Mondesi doing it before the turn of the new millennium in 97 and 99. One and 0 the count. He can hit some, I mean, moon rocket, majestic high home runs too.
Well, his power is to center and right center. I mean, sometimes he gets out of that realm and tries to jerk the ball. It hits the left field. But he's a big man. He doesn't need to hit it 10 miles. He just needs to hit it over the fence.
Hitter's count of 2-0, 427 feet last night on the homer. Little breaking ball slider, 2-1 the count on Matt Kemp. You were talking about Mondesi and the grinder he was as a teammate.
Well, I'd say Mondesi probably was as good a physical player as I ever played with. As far as being able to do everything, hit for power, run, throw. I like him. Another player very similar was Sean Green, who played right field here for the Dodgers. But Mondi was exciting.
Managed to sneak that fastball literally by him because of the off-speed stuff before. 2-2 the count on Kemp. Raul Mondesi looked like a tailback.
He was built like a football player, no question. And the one thing you could say about Mondi, every single day he came to play.
Rivera waits on deck, proving to be a bit of a bodyguard for Kemp, and he has needed that the season he's having. 2-2, broke his bat, popped it up. Todd Helton won't get there, so a new piece of lumber. And unable so far to square up Kevin Milwood. Milwood's last outing was against the Dodgers, and the 103 pitches he threw, more than half of them were fastballs. So not like he's a thumber now, just junk balling it up there.
No, but the fastball is not overpowering. He's a guy that'll move it around, up in the zone, low, in, out. You know, he's somebody that's not going to miss a lot of bats, but he's somebody that tries to avoid the barrel. You know, and as a hitter, sometimes you get too anxious against a guy like Milwood, just because you feel like, man, I'm going to go up there and get a hold of that high fastball.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Ground ball to another MVP candidate, Tulowitzki. Does he have an arm? Shoots it right on across. Milwood cleans it up. 1-2-3. hi there, folks. Glad to have you back at the ballpark. Seth Smith to lead it off, the one-time college quarterback at Ole Miss, who this year has been going with a bigger piece of lumber, figuring I'm a big and strong guy. I need to use a bigger bat and a wood bat in his hand, and he's got some pretty good results. He has had some epic home runs this past week as he takes a pitch over the outside. 15 home runs overall, 54 runs batted in against Chad Billingsley.
He's had a nice season so far. You look at the month of August, 7 home runs. Let's see Billingsley bounce that sucker way in front.
Well, it was kind of Smith, Spilborghs, Ryan Spilborghs, and they'd go back and forth until finally the Rockies decide, you know what, Seth, you're playing every day.
It gives him an opportunity, and as a player, if you know that you're going to be in there every single day, it gives you a peace of mind.
Into the dirt it goes.
You know, I say a peace of mind. You don't feel like every at-bat might be your last. You know, when you're a utility guy or in and out, you go up to the plate and you go, oh, man, I got to get a hit. Because if I don't get a hit, I might not be in there tomorrow. It's a tough way to play.
Threw him the curveball. Didn't quite get it there. Tried to backdoor it away to Seth Smith. Nibbling again. 3-2 the count. Tried to go inside.
Third hitter we've gone 3-2 on so far, and again, that's something that Billingsley, to get to that next level, he has to eliminate that.
Bouncing ball, and in between there at first base was Loney. He thought about going for it, but I will say this: when you find yourself 3-2, you can't expect the great plays to be made behind you too.
No, well, you get the fielders, they're standing around out there. They're going, oh, it's a hot day. Day like this, you want to keep your ball club involved, and you do that by throwing strikes. Our keys to the game brought to you by Ford, the Rockies. They've got to get the top guys on so that middle of the lineup has an opportunity to drive them in. The Dodgers, they've been scoring a lot of runs as of late. They got to keep doing it. They put up 6 yesterday, had some big games in St. Louis. Offense has been the problem all year.
0-1 the count on Kevin Kuzminoff. You may remember him for several years as a San Diego Padres third baseman. Moved to Oakland, Cleveland to begin his career. Before that, just offensively hasn't been where he was. And really the best place he was offensively was hitting homers. That's the big thing Kuzminoff has been able to bring to the table. Late on that fastball, and third base has kind of been an empty position offensively this year for Colorado.
Well, it really has. And you know, Jim Tracy telling us before the ball game, they have tried a number of guys there. Ian Stewart, the guy that they had hoped would be their third baseman, playing down in the minor leagues. Kuzminoff getting that opportunity right now.
Still stuns me about Ian Stewart. I mean, really, truly does. The guy that can play some third base, big power. That pitch is high, looked like a breaking ball. 1-2 the count. Do know this: the Colorado Rockies, from a couple of teams, received some serious offers. As you look at Kuzminoff now and the man that he's replacing heading into that trading deadline, there are still teams out there that think Ian Stewart can be great again. Just not the Rockies right now. That's a foul ball, third base line.
Well, you mentioned Ian Stewart and what's going on with him and the Rockies. Again, it's maybe just a change of scenery. Happens for a lot of guys, and you go there with a new set of eyes as people evaluate you. Right now, third base has been a problem for this Rocky ball club.
The 27-year-old right-hander with a 1-2 count on Kevin Kuzminoff. And that one away, 2-2. Cut fastball there. Now you look at 07 to 09 for Kuzminoff. You saw 59 home runs, and since then just 20. Play a little third, can he?
He can play some defense. Made some nice plays last night. But again, you got to hit if you're playing third base.
The 2-2. Lines that one on a breaking ball up into the seats, so we'll do it one more time. Billingsley began in the big leagues back in 2006. A little bit out of the pen in 06 and 07. Kind of did both. Was a swing man for 2 years. Won 16 games in 08. He's been a double-digit winner every year. He's a winner in his career in the big leagues at 69 and 51.
I think the thing, though, you look at Billingsley, you look at his stuff, you look at his durability, look at the way he's built. I think that, Dodger fans, organization, they just feel like he can be better.
Number 1 pick in 2003. Off the bag. That's a fair ball. We're watching Smith head on down. Kuzmanov's taking a shot. An off-balance throw from Ethier. That's the epitome of letting the ball travel deep in your stance. He shot it right off the first base bag. Second and third for Colorado.
I think Kuzmanov, as you mentioned, letting the ball travel deep. He did it on a curveball previous. Here he just shoots that ball down past the diving James Loney. Actually a good approach to hitting because you've got the first baseman Loney holding the runner on. You've got that right side open. Kuzmanov's first hit as a Colorado Rocky.
Yeah, great point by you. He was 0 for 9 to start things with Colorado. It struck out a couple of times. Slugging catcher Chris Iannetta. And for me as a catcher who has really been known for his defense, A, but B, for trying to knock the ball out of the ballpark, this 8 slot a tough place to be.
Really is, but he's done a nice job. He got an on-base percentage of .376. The strikeout to walk ratio is about even.
Popped foul up into the seats. I think a lot of fans, and especially if we have some American League fans watching, need to understand in the National League what a burden it can be to bat 8. And now you have to make different decisions.
Well, the pitchers go after you in a different way. They don't have to necessarily challenge you. You have to be disciplined at the plate. Right now, Iannetta, he's just trying to make contact, get something in the air.
That pitch is high. Boy, you make a great point, though, about the walks. A .238 hitter jumps it up to reaching almost 40% of the time because of the walks.
Yeah, and again, you look at the batting average, you go, geez, .238. But the on-base percentage, I mean, he has been an effective catcher this year.
1-2 the count. A lot of pitches early on and a pace for Billingsley that I'm sure he'd love to pick up, especially for his defenders behind him. Rockies already have 4 hits against Chad. Belted a breaking ball, but way out in front of it.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Darren, where as an infielder or somebody playing in the outfield right now, the pace that Billingsley set with the weather, the heat, it saps the energy out of you. And then when you do have to make a play or try to make that great play and you miss it by an inch or two, like, oh, geez, you didn't make the play. But really, that lies on the shoulders of the pitcher.
The 1-2. Runs it up and in, 2-2 the count. Approaching triple digits today, 97 degrees. I kind of like your grumpy old guy voice. I like that.
You might hear that you might hear that a few more times, because I can tell you right now, that's the politically correct version of if I was standing out at first base right now.
Kind of a get off my lawn thing. The 2-2. Fouls that one off. We'll do it again. Yeah, 5 of the first 8 hitters have seen 6 or more pitches. How's that?
Well, I'll tell you how that is. That's not good. That's not good if you're Chad Billingsley. It's really not good if you're playing defense out there behind Chad.
He's got a base open. He's got a pitcher on deck, but there's nobody out. Boy, he didn't get the call.
Well, and you're not going to get that call if you've been all over the place. Now, that for me, if I'm pitching, I want that pitch. That's got to be, something that I get. But again, he hasn't earned it. He has not earned it. And what are we at again? We are at a full count.
That's 4. 4 full counts. A hanging curveball. It's chopped foul. 3-2 the count. 41 pitches for Billingsley. We roll that number out for you. Guys in the bullpen might start tugging those arms across the front of their chest here in a few minutes. You'll see rookies make their major league debut and have this kind of pitch count. So they're nibbling and they're nervous and they're anxious.
Well, remember, in his last outing against these Rockies, he had 5 walks.
The 3-2. That one outside corner, strike 3. And there's your crowd into it. And your defenders maybe stand up a bit.
Pitcher number 40, Kevin Milwood.
See, this pitch looked a little further out than that last one that was called a ball. Chris Iannetta, though, not going to argue, as he's a catcher and he's going to want that call for Kevin Milwood when he gets behind the plate. It's a big strike out there for Chad.
One and 0 the count. Kevin Milwood, 1 of 6. He's a 121 career hitter. Like Billingsley, he's a big guy, an athletic guy with a thick base. He's got a couple of homers. They'll run into him occasionally. He and Billingsley both have a pair in their major league career. Chopped out. Loney's coming home with it. With the tag out at the plate. Seth Smith. And I asked the former big league baseball player for a long time, what's the thinking there? Is that contact?
It must be contact there. James Loney doing a nice job. He's in on the corner, makes the play, and it looks like he was going to go to first base. He recognizes Smith running there, makes the play at the plate. With the corners in, that's very tough, going even on contact. I'm not sure I do that in that situation with your leadoff hitter coming up next, but again, you've got a runner on third just as you did in the previous at bat, so it's worth a shot.
So managing to wiggle right off this hook if he can get Fowler. Fowler out front, he was cheating a bit. That cut fastball ran into Dexter. Atlanta area born and raised Dexter Fowler. Here's that play.
Loney doing a nice job. Smith doesn't really have much of a chance. Remember, James Loney was playing in. It wasn't as if he was playing back. If you're going on contact and you're that runner at third, you've got to give yourself a chance by getting a good lead.
On the black. Cut fastball 0-2.
See, really no chance at all for Seth Smith.
Seeing if he can get out of it. Late on a fastball. Average actually goes up. Billingsley with no one on base. The runners in scoring position goes up about 30 points. Dexter loves it.
Yeah, well, you see that hitting about 340 with runners in scoring position.
Wooden Chase 1-2 the count. Rockies 14th round pick in 04. We mentioned Atlanta area, Milton High School in Georgia. And I love mom and dad of Dexter Fowler, John and Trudy. Basically, when he was a teenager, you go to work and you get a job, or you don't leave the house. You're grounded until you get a job. And that's the kind of work ethic that has got him to the big leagues. And he puts that one on the ground. Little flip to his double play partner out front. I'll tell you this about Billingsley. It hasn't been pretty at all. But he's thrown nothing up there. We'll go down and talk to Jason Giambi when we come back here at Dodger Stadium. grab some buds. Scoreless ball game. And Kevin Milwood, the veteran right-hander, completing his warm-up tosses. Back to the big leagues after spending the entire season in the minor leagues. We bring in Jason Giambi down there. We need another color analyst, another slugging first baseman. Mr. Giambi, how are you, my friend?
Great, guys. How you guys doing?
We love it. We love having you on, and I think a time to, and we're not running you out of the game yet, but celebrate a career that I would imagine you have really enjoyed every single minute. We know how much you love this game.
Oh, there's no doubt. I love being at the ballpark and hanging out with the guys and just watching great baseball.
What do you think about your magical team in the month of September? I cover the Diamondbacks on a daily basis, and they still are talking about, you can't count out the Rockies. I guess that's only fair.
Yeah, the one thing we've always, hoped being over here is, when we came into spring training, we had that team that we thought for sure was a playoff team and maybe even a World Series team, and we just haven't quite lived up to that, and we're hoping to make that Rocky run.
1-0 the count on Rivera. He's been a nice bodyguard for Matt Kemp since coming over, hitting well over 300, 311. As that one misses.
What a year Kemp's had, huh?
Man, it's an MVP type. But talk about, we were going to ask you about outfielder with you guys, Carlos Gonzalez. I mean, just been absolutely on fire these last 2 weeks. What does he do that separates him from other guys?
I mean, his hand-eye coordination is unbelievable. For the kind of wind-up swing that he has, and the efficiency he makes contact with it is unbelievable. He when he gets that pitch to hit, he does not miss it. I mean, he's one of those few players that he gets a mistake and he does not miss it.
Did you think you'd be playing at 40?
No chance. I never thought I would. I thought I'd, enjoy a nice career, and, I just been so grateful for the guys in this game that have really helped me, like the Mark McGuires and the Eckersley and the Ricky Hendersons, the Carneys, and, it's kept me around, and, I'm passing that gift on to these younger players that we have over here in Colorado, which I think has kept me in the game.
So are you going to be playing at 41?
I would love to. I'd love to come back here, and, we just haven't quite accomplished what we set out to do, and that's win a World Series here in Colorado.
Andre Ethier settles into the batter's box, and the first pitch, a curveball for strike one. Older and, would you say, wiser?
And grayer.
Well, I can't say anything about that.
Yeah, definitely a lot wiser. I had fun. I've had some great times in this game, and it was time to slow down and enjoy it, and pass on the gift of this game to the younger players and try to speed up their learning curve.
Change-up had him out front. We're going to take some folks down memory lane. July 8th, 1995. 6 big league game, first major league home run, David Cone.
David Cone, I got a good one. That was a great thing. He sent over the ball, because I think Lance Parrish was behind the plate, and he was a Covina, California kid. He was in Walnut there, so he got the ball signed for me, which is a huge treasure.
Dude, how about that? You didn't see that, but that hair on that home run, oh my goodness.
I got some flowing locks.
Look at that.
The tight unis and the long hair. You can become a that EK.
The MVP joining us in 2000, Jason Giambi. Those Oakland teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they will always be revered in a very unique way because of the pitchers that you guys played with on the smaller budgets and just winning and winning and winning.
Yeah, it was amazing. We put together some special teams there. It was just an unfortunate thing. I still see Huddy and those guys along, and still, God, if we just won a World Series, I mean, it would have been incredible because we all kind of grew up together on that team. It was low payroll because we were all young, but the growing up process was the exciting thing. And through that team, I've kept a lot of great friends.
So do you have your tickets yet to go see the movie Moneyball when that sucker comes out here?
I don't know if I can put up with Billy having Brad Pitt play him.
1-1 the count, and that one dives away. Jason Giambi joining us. Glad to have you with us. And I love what you're talking about. I know he would love it too. The passing it along concept that you hope you hear more of around the game, but not always.
No, not always. I mean, I was lucky enough to play with the guys that I did, and I really felt like it sped up my learning curve where I didn't have that one great year, one bad year, one great year. I mean, I got to keep climbing the ladder, and that's what I hope to help these guys like, Troy and Cargo, and it's been exciting to be a part of that learning process for them.
Troy's a good baseball player, but I think now you can say he's one of the greats in this game, can't you?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, what he does on a daily basis is amazing. I mean, I've never seen a talent like that. The thing that I give him is, for his age, he's fearless. He'll make that play in the hole and not even think about the consequences if it doesn't happen. He just is gung-ho about everything.
1-2 the count on Rivera. The funniest thing for me about the leadership he shows, that you have to have courage to be a leader, and baseball is that locker room's a funny thing. You can't overstep your line. He walks right up against that line of being a very strong leader, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. What you're talking about for a young player, it's amazing, especially when you have a veteran over here in Todd Helton. And Todd Helton has really helped him pass on that torch. That's another exciting thing that I don't think Todd gets enough credit for, is he was that guy over here for a lot of years, and he understands what it's like to be in the latter parts of his career, even though he's having a phenomenal year, that he knows that that's the way this game gets passed on. You pass the torch on, and Tulo wants to be that guy, and he's really helped him come into that role.
So, Jason, play GM. Besides bringing you back, what do you do to improve this team for next year?
Well, I think Dan O'Dowd did an incredible job with the Jimenez trade. You're going to see White, I think, maybe tomorrow or the next day. Pomerantz is the real deal. We need to get De La Rosa back. That was a big hurt for us, when he went down, especially with Jimenez struggling. So we need to replace that guy. Danny, who pitched last night, he's on the verge of being really, really good. He's got great stuff. He just has a few, mistakes here and there that kind of cost him the ball game last night. But, for the most part, we just haven't quite put it together. Offensively, we've picked it up, but we started out slow. And, that's the hard thing about being a GM, is you don't want to tinker with too many pieces, or before you know it, you're not winning again.
Swing and a miss right through it. Jason Giambi, it's always a pleasure to talk baseball with you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
See you, bud.
We will return to Los Angeles after a word from your local Fox station. Baseball presented by Gillette Fusion Pro Glide. Here at Dodger Stadium, a day in which triple digits aren't out of the realm of possibility, in the high 90s. Still this ballpark that has become a baseball museum since it started playing its first Major League Baseball, whether it would be the Dodgers, later the Angels, and then the Dodgers full time. A great place to enjoy no matter the temperature. Fastball up and in. Hops it foul toward the seat it goes. A.J. Ellis gave it a run, and it's a souvenir at some point. The other thing about this ballpark, we just saw it come into play a moment ago, there used to be a ton more foul territory, almost like Oakland, if you will.
Yeah, very similar to Oakland, and you can see those seats, the first section of seats, that used to all be foul territory. That's why it was even more of a pitcher's ballpark than it is now. The ball not only doesn't carry it all at night, but with the expanse of foul territory, not a good place to hit. And see, even down the lines, that used to be a lot greater.
1-1 the count. Well, for a guy who hit here for a lot of years, explain Dodger Stadium. Not today, we know the ball flies, but hitting here at night.
Not fun. I mean, they've never had a home run leader in Los Angeles, and there's a reason for it. The ball just does not jump at all here, and you get at night, you have the dampness. Ball doesn't carry. You'd long for those day games.
The 2-1. Ellis in on the hands. Long run. Rivera still coming. Sliding. He can't make the play. So it'll go up against the wall there, and it is a double. Taking it the other way, Mark Ellis. Fly ball that just landed in the right spot, really.
Again, Rivera playing deep. Not one of the better outfielders. He'll make the play if he can get to it. Here he's running, and almost looks like it hits off of his glove. You know, watch this here. I got it. Yeah, it hits off of his glove. I think he'll tell you that's a very catchable ball. Probably misjudged it a bit.
Carlos Gonzalez, 11 of his last 20 with runners in scoring position. Yikes. Let's say that's hot. And he fouls that one right back. Now, they talk about big home runs in the history of this ballpark. Everyone for years has talked about Willie Stargell hitting it out of this ballpark. Carlos Gonzalez almost did. Upper right-hand corner of the pavilion bleachers here. You played in this park. I grew up around this park. That's a long way.
Yeah, it really is. And Willie Stargell hit 2 of them out here. Right-handers. I remember watching Mike Piazza hit a ball out.
They estimated it at 448 feet. I think they're selling it short. He pulls that ball a little bit more, it may have gone out. Literally out.
Well, if the home player hits it, usually gets another 30 feet. If the visiting player hits it, it's minus 20 feet.
I thought this was all computer generated now. Come on. You say that still goes on?
Heard about it.
There's another base hit with a runner in scoring position for a red-hot Carlos Gonzalez. Racing on around and scoring the first run on the 6th hit of the ball game for the Colorado Rockies is Mark Ellis. 1-0 Rocks.
Well, that is 11 straight games now that Carlos Gonzalez has had an RBI. And watch this pitch really just right down the middle. A.J. Ellis hoping to get it outside. Again, though, what is impressive about Gonzalez, he's not trying to hit the ball out of the park. You've got a guy out there, just get a base hit, you drive him in. We watched him in his first at-bat. What does he do? Drops down a bunt.
And the 11 straight games you saw that Eric mentioned, a team record. Vinny Castilla had reached 10 in a row back in 2004. You're right, pure, beautiful hitting. 34th multiple hit game. If you're just joining us, Gonzalez already had a bunt single. That was back in the first inning. Speaking of bunts, Troy Tulowitzki drops that one down foul.
And you see, you just watch. If you wonder how good both of these guys are, Gonzalez and Tulowitzki, I can't remember the last time I watched a game where the number 3 hitter had a bunt base hit, the number 4 hitter tried to bunt for a base hit. It just shows their versatility, their confidence in their own ability.
Fastball buried it in. 1-1 the count. The one thing you knew, though, if you've watched this entire ball game, folks, is that Billingsley has been poking a stick in the Lions cage the entire time.
Well, it really has. He just hasn't been able to find any kind of groove. He hasn't been able to hit his spots. Gone full count on a number of hitters, thrown a lot of pitches. 4 hitters he's gone 3-2 with.
The 1-1. Jerks that one, but opens up a little bit early, and so it's into the Lodes level of foul ball. Great second half of the season for Tulowitzki. 390 since the All-Star game was in Phoenix, Arizona. And a patient 390 is on base almost 460. Look out on 1-2, sails it up under his chin. 2-2 the count on Tulowitzki.
You mentioned that the second half and numbers just jump out at you. And remember, he's playing the most demanding position on the field outside of catcher. Still able to put up offensive numbers like that.
The reason I asked Giambi about his leadership at a young age is because Tulowitzki around the league, if you talk to some opposing players, can ruffle feathers, but I think it's good. He can ruffle feathers by slowing the game down on occasion. He'll take a visit to the mound. A lot of times that's reserved for the catcher only. He'll go in if he sees something. Remember, Cal Ripken did that. High drive, well struck, Troy Tulowitzki. Wow. Talk about epic long balls in this home run. A 2-run shot for Troy Tulowitzki. 27 on the year. A couple will cross the plate. He's over the 90 RBI mark. Colorado 3, Los Angeles nothing.
Well, no better feeling for a hitter after being knocked down or a fastball coming up and in than getting the next pitch and putting it in the seats. Again, we talk about Tulowitzki. This is a guy that tried to drop down a bunt the first pitch of the at-bat here. And the more and more you see of this guy, he may be the next top player in the game.
Todd Helton now, who at one point wore that label as one of the game's top players, now passes it to the likes of Tulowitzki. By the way, after throwing a pitch up and in like that, that was an awful pitch to follow it up to. A cut fastball that didn't cut, sat on a tee for him. Helton out front. Lifted that one into center field. Looked like he changed up on him. And Todd Helton is a race.
But you see this pitch, that just gets away from Billingsley. I don't think he meant to go up there, but with his command, again, he misses with that pitch right there. As a hitter, that thing just spins. Doesn't have any break to it. As you mentioned, it almost feels like it's just sitting up there on a tee.
Starts him off with a curveball, Seth Smith. Since 2007, Tulowitzki about as good as it gets offensively in his position. Ouch. Fouled that one off. Right around a 300 hitter. A bunch of extra base hits for Tulowitzki. Only Hanley Ramirez with more since 07. But you know, the one thing that he'll tell you he's got to improve upon, he's 6th in games played in that position. He's had some injuries that have cost him serious time. Otherwise, he doesn't ask out of ball games.
Well, and that's one of the things, you know, people are going to have to monitor him. And I say that because he'll want to be out there every single day. And it's okay to take a day off here and there. One of the worst feelings as a hitter, hit a ball, that's not off your ankle. That looked like it was almost off his calf. You know, when you're up there, that thing's thumping a little bit. It feels like it has its own heartbeat. And then you got to get right back in there. You're 0-2. Now, if I'm a pitcher, I'm coming right back in there around that leg. Because as a hitter, you're just going, I do not want anything down near my feet. I don't want to foul another ball off. I'm already 0-2. If I'm Billingsley, I'm throwing that cutter right in by the knees. Oh, not outside.
The 0-2. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, you're doing the hitter a favor there.
Your job's to get him out, and at some point you got to be a little bit cruel out there. The hitter's making his living trying to hurt you. Curveball, good looking pitch. Bottom fell out of that one. Time now for a DirecTV game break. We take you on back to the Midwest in Minnesota. Couple of long balls. First of all, Miguel Cabrera. Alex Avila as well. Both of those homers came in the second. Now in the bottom of the fourth, Justin Verlander trying to win his 20th. Those off of Carl Pavano. Get MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. I don't know, MVP candidate as well.
Hey, it really is. I mean, 19 wins. You know, and when he goes out there, he has the ability to throw a no-hitter at any time. You know, it's not just one of those things where, hey, the guy's got a lot of wins and, oh, he's a good pitcher and he's fortunate. Guys are hitting the ball behind him. And that guy just flat out as a hitter, you do not want to face him.
Seen him in person a couple of times this season, just devastating. He's the kind of pitcher, Verlander, for me, and it's always puzzled me how this can happen, but it does. That can face a team, beat them, and throw the lineup off for like 5 days. They're just erect for 5 days. Almost like a knuckleballer used to be able to do. Grounded out. High flip. Aaron Miles. Troy Tulowitzki with a blast. On a hanging cut fastball. That's what you should do with a pitch like that. Back at the ball yard in Southern California, Dodger Stadium. Eric Karros, Darren Sutton, and you. Thanks for joining us. You've seen that man, Troy Tulowitzki, leave the park. This man, A.J. Ellis, leads it off. 17 games and hit his first Major League home run this past week. That one sinks and it's strike one. Kevin Milwood suddenly has some wiggle room to work with. You give a veteran pitcher a few runs, as long as you said, one of his keys, he can keep it in the ballpark. He worked hard to get back here to the big leagues. 1-1 the count. And as did Ellis. So after having cups of coffee, Ellis in 09, 08 before that, 2010 and 11, they finally, to quote the Dodgers and several in their organization, got tired of the work ethic of Deanna Navarro. They gave A.J. a chance for the rest of the year. Just off the plate.
Donnie Mattingly, as you mentioned, wasn't enthusiastic about the work ethic of Deanna Navarro. It's been a tumultuous season this year. He's had to deal with injuries, off the field issues, just first year managing.
2-2.
But he's done a nice job. He's handled everything well. Publicly, he's defended all of his players. He's been good. I think most of the guys will tell you they'll run through a wall for him. It's the one thing you can say about this Dodger ball club is they've continued to play hard. I think both teams out here, Jim Tracy's Rockies and Don Mattingly's Dodgers.
So it was just a couple of days ago, and it was in St. Louis. Big league home run number 1 after all this time in the minor leagues. Jaime Garcia gave it up. Boy, look at those teammates there. Where are they? I love the silent treatment. He knew it was coming because he went right down the stairs. That's great. 200th plate appearance in the major leagues. Putting that gear on in the minor leagues for a long time. Shoots that one. It was a high bender. And in time for the out as Ellis ranges to his left.
Shortstop number 14, Jamie Carroll.
Now, what do you start with Jamie Carroll again in a year where, and you said it best, there have been some disappointments. He hasn't been one of them.
No, he's done what they had hoped he'd do. Come in and fill a role, play all over the place. I mean, last year you can make an argument he was this Dodger ball club's MVP. This year done the same thing. Would not be surprised if he's moved in the next few days. And I say that just because I think other clubs probably interested in him being the final piece to a playoff run. Very versatile. And I think if you're general manager Ned Colletti, you almost reward him with giving him an opportunity to go play on a team that may make a run. There's Ned. Had a lot of work to do this year.
Well, and you know that if he liked it here, he can go make that run and come back.
Come back, absolutely.
Curve ball. If it wasn't up by his helmet, he would have stayed in there. 1-1 the count. Yeah, loving it here in L.A. Last couple of years, hitting .291 combined in the last 2 seasons. He was a Rocky before that, but has bumped up the offensive numbers. Shoots that one. Foul ball. Jerry Lane, a very late, then deliberate call. That would have been a double. One and two the count. Carroll began his career, as you see this one again.
Jerry Lane right on the line. Had as good a view as anybody. Gets the double arm out there. Almost a dance move you might see back in the 70s.
Spoken by experience there.
Saw a lot of movies.
1-2 the count. This is a young man that is from the Midwest, began his career in the Expos organization in Evansville, Indiana. Chops it again to the right side. When his career had played itself for quite some time, he was 28 years old in the minor leagues, and Frank Robinson at that point was managing the Expos. Jose Macias, if you really follow baseball, was injured. They called one player, checked on another. He was the third choice. He was at home in the Midwest getting settled in. He took the call and he immediately went up, and he's never looked back. Frank Robinson still to this day will rave about Jamie Carroll. Two and two the count.
one thing that Jamie Carroll does do is that he doesn't give away at-bats. Everything is a tough at-bat for the pitcher's going to have to work. The foul pitches off. Won't expand the zone. Almost like a gnat that won't go away.
Great comparison. That's perfect.
I'm not sure Jamie would appreciate it, but
something
I'm
tells
sure
me
opposing
he
players. Well, you know, as an opposing player, there are always guys on the other team that just will continue to grind, continue to battle. You know, they may not be the best player, they may not be the most talented player, but that's why Jamie Carroll has made a living in the big leagues.
Kevin Milwood continues to work with Carroll. That one's outside. 3-2 the count. The next pitch will be number 8. Kevin Austin Milwood, North Carolina born and raised. Not a high draft pick. 11th round in 1993. His best year, his early years, were just a few years in 1999. He had an incredible Brave season in 99. That one is hit on the line. It's a base hit to left field, so Carroll, he is on. So it's a career for Milwood that began a long, long time ago. It was in 1997. And you can go back to the early days. July 19th, Kevin Milwood working against, well, who else but the Los Angeles Dodgers? There's a younger, thin-faced Kevin. Oh! Eric Karros was ready for that bender.
Second. Down the line into the left field corner, and it's 1-0 Dodgers.
First run ever scored against Kevin Milwood.
You see how graceful I looked right there?
You really did.
That was just smooth. Like I fell on home plate.
You had 5 hits in your career against him. That was one of the 5. Billingsley fouls it off.
Probably about 50 at bats. Look at that. Oh, that hurts.
You know what, on that day, I remember that day, Ed Mangan, he had watered the plate too much. It wasn't really slide worthy.
Well, that's what they did.
It was kind of clay and muddy.
That'll happen a lot. Visiting places that I play, they try to slow me down, impact my speed. They'd water down the infield.
There's nothing wrong with the 208 career batting average against Kevin.
There you go. Thank you very much.
The 0-1. I mean, it was just Ed had put just too much clay. You just stuck. Otherwise, I think you're gliding through there like Henderson.
Well, no, the thing about it, you guys don't realize that was a single and I was scoring from first. Yeah,
Really?
exactly. Yeah, that was a single. I was scoring from first. I don't think they show that, but that's how I remember it.
Somehow that didn't make edit. Fell on the cutting room floor. Way in, creeping way in is Kuzmanov. And that pitch is high. Now, because we wanted to set up that memory of yours and Kevin Milwood's, what I don't want to lose track of is what Jamie Carroll did again.
Yeah, he did. He battled and battled. He's down there at first. And again, he's that gnat. He's that guy that you just can't put away. He's out at first. He's got 10 stolen bases this year. Has not been caught all season long.
Wow. Interesting decision there. First pulled the bat back and then took a strike. 2-2 the count. Chad's homered this year. He's homered a couple of times in his career. He's not a bad hitter. Puts it in play. Strikes out less than half the time. My little personal pitcher's rule. If they strike out less than half the time, then at least they're putting in play and making people make a play. Popped it up. Back of second. Looking into the side, and that's why. He lost the ball, but again, it's an easy force out. That's why if you put it in play, you never know what might happen. But that son ate up Mark Ellis. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. Mark Ellis did a great job because it looks like he's going to catch it. And because he does that, it forces Jamie Carroll to stay close to first base. Now, if he starts waving like, oh, I can't see it, Jamie Carroll can take a further lead, maybe get to second base. But that's a great play by Mark Ellis in making it appear like he had the ball the entire time.
And in the end, it's really a winner for the Rockies because you now have a pitcher on the base pads who's working in this heat, and the last thing he wants to do is run the bases in this heat. So there was no intention in doing it, but you did yourself a favor if you're the Rockies. Change up misses low. 1-0 the count to Aaron Miles. Now this is again why you don't want to deal with certain parts of the Dodgers. We know Kemp, but those numbers there tell you don't want to deal with Carroll and now Miles.
I'm a little surprised too. Todd Helton even playing around with Chad Billingsley over at first base.
Uh-oh, got him. Billingsley got a little bit anxious
Risky
out there.
But that's okay. You've got your leadoff hitter next inning leading off. Dodgers still down 3-0.
Glass half full there. I like it. T rethink possible, and by Burger King and the all-new BK Burger and Chicken Minis. 3-0 is the score. The Colorado Rockies lead it on top of the Los Angeles Dodgers, trying to play their way hot into September and do what they've done the last couple of seasons, going back to 2007. That's at least scare the team that's in first place. In this case, the Diamondbacks of Arizona. Breaking ball is high. 1-0 the count.
Well, you're talking about scaring the Diamondbacks or the Giants. I think those two teams are more concerned with one another. And I think the Rockies feel like they may have a shot because they've done it in the past. But I'm not so sure that other teams feel like they have a shot. We mentioned and we talked to Jim Tracy beforehand. In order to do something like that, you've got to have pitching. And I'm just not sure that the Rockies have the starting pitching that will allow them to do that.
There are times as a fan when the heart and the head have to come together too. I mean, when you talk about 10 back with about 30 to go, you need to go about 25-5 to even, and then have the other team struggle to have that happen.
Well, and they have 13 games against the Diamondbacks and Giants, but in reality, they're going to have to go 13-0 if they feel like they're going to get back in this thing.
2-2 the count to Chris Iannetta. Saying Tulowitzki reflected what you said earlier when we spoke with him about just not quite having the pitching as they had in 2007 and in 2009. Just a little bit low, 3-2. Fifth full count for Billingsley.
I was going to say, what did you say the count was again?
Number
ahead,
5.
say it.
Number
3-2.
5. That is that pitch count climbing. He's thrown 76 pitches. There we go. We got him with a fastball right at the belt. Iannetta is done. Time now for today's Burger King mini moment on the base pass.
Well, this is that pickoff at first base. You see Chad Billingsley gets off. He starts to cross his feet. When he does that, Chris Iannetta recognizes, he's in trouble. Todd Helton there at the bag, and they're able to get Billingsley. I was saying off the air, not really that bad, though, because Billingsley gets off the bases, and on top of that, now Aaron Miles, a leadoff hitter, starts the next inning.
1-0 the count to his fellow pitcher and Kevin Milwood. At one time, a pitcher in the batter's box who certainly was a Cy Young candidate in Milwood. They hope that Billingsley can grow to be a Cy Young candidate consistently. Like Milwood was right there in that Cy Young race in '99. They've got a young man in there that many think may win it this year in Clayton Kershaw.
Well, right now, if you end it today, he's my Cy Young award.
You got the pitcher running, so you can take your time. Off the bag, my goodness. So break there for the Colorado Rockies. Kevin Milwood will run the base pass.
You see, Jamie Carroll has time, but I don't think he realizes that Milwood's just going to be jogging down to first. Could have stepped and shuffled his feet. You see, he doesn't shuffle his feet towards first base. He just throws flat-footed. He does that, doesn't make a good throw.
So a miscue, a rare error there for a guy who plays the game very, very correctly almost all the time.
Maybe part of a plan. Get Milwood out on the bases and try and tire him out. Not really, but
I liked it. I perked up in my seat when you said that.
You got to have a reason when you go back into the dugout why you did it. That may enter Jamie's mind. Skip, I just wanted to tire Milwood out.
The 0-1. Fowler, fly ball, well struck. Over to put that one away is Rivera. You have joined us on Twitter. We hope you follow. And there's a very good question, and we were talking about it a little while ago. There's Clayton, a young Texan. Do you think Clayton Kershaw has a good chance at the Cy Young Award or the MVP? Better said, should pitchers be able to win the MVP?
You know what? I like the fact that you have an award for pitchers, the Cy Young Award, that is their award. But if they are so exceptional, I think they should be mentioned in the MVP race. They could win that award. I think Clayton Kershaw deserves the Cy Young right now. I would not give him the MVP award, though. I think right now that goes to Matt Kemp for me.
Stunning, wouldn't it be, if two players from this team?
Yeah, really would.
And if Clayton Kershaw, he has 16 wins. Ian Kennedy on a first-place team has 16 victories, has to be in the conversation. Almost anybody that wears a Philadelphia Phillies uniform and pitches does. And Lincecum has pitched his way back into this Cy Young race. His ERA's gone down about the last 6 times out.
It really has. You know, but again, it's not just about the wins, although he does lead the league with Ian Kennedy. But it's the other numbers that also allow him to separate himself from other pitchers.
First in innings, more than Halladay now, right there with Halladay. ERA number 3. But Johnny Cueto, as you see, a great looking on. Fernando Valenzuela. He took over this city in baseball, didn't he? 0-2 the count.
Here's Fernando.
He's got one on his trophy case from the early 80s in 1981. Into the dirt it goes, and not too far away. But I think the final month may determine it. I think since his club is not, speaking of Kershaw, not in this race, not having a chance, he's got to keep doing what he's doing.
Well, he really does. Again, he's going to have to separate himself with his numbers. And I think you look at some of the other guys, you know, Kennedy is exceptional in the win total. The ERA, not so much. You know, Lincecum, the ERA, but not the win total. Clayton Kershaw, though, across the board, is at the top of basically every category.
I think wins these days much less impactful on the voting.
Well, and you look at Felix Hernandez last year, winning the Cy Young, just a bit over 500.
Shot, base hit, left field, Mark Ellis. Well, Milwood running the bases out there. We now will keep an eye on Kevin Milwood because of that. 36 years old out there running on the base pads. Spent quite a while in the American League. A little smile out there at second base. So this is what it looks like. I remember this.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm being serious, though, about watching him next inning.
So am I, actually.
Face the top of the lineup. You know, he's been standing around out there in the heat. You know, this is not a cool day. It's the last place you want to be right now is out on that dirt. And he'll have to face the top of the Dodgers lineup.
Interact with us on Fox, on MLB on Fox on Twitter. Over the inside corner, 0-1 the count. Carlos Gonzalez. Yikes.
Is that pretty good? 455 with
half the time.
Runners in scoring position with 2 outs.
Singleton a run. Back in the third. Had a bunt base hit in the first. Oh, curveball. First one we've seen of those.
I mean, it really took something off of that. You know, now this is where you have to pitch. See, that thing just, as a hitter, you give up on it and it just drops in. Can't give him anything that he can drive right now. You're 0-2, go low and away. And the reason you'd go low and away is if you miss down there, you're not going to get hurt. I'm not sure I like it when guys try to go high. Sometimes they don't go high enough. As a hitter, easier to get the bat on the ball. Go right back out there again.
Rocky scored all 3 of their runs in the third inning. Broke his bat into center field. It's a base hit. He continues to do it. Look at big Kevin Milwood chugging on around. He comes in and scores standing up. And another hit with 2 outs with ducks on the pond. Colorado 4, the Dodgers nothing. And get that man some water and a towel. Well, actually, the guy hitting too because he's red hot. Both of them.
You know, he didn't hit that ball that well. He didn't. Chad Billingsley got it inside more than he wanted to. You see Milwood running around third. He's hustling. He's hustling. Now, see, if I'm A.J. Ellis right now, this is not what I'd want to be doing. Is going out to the mound. You're talking to the pitcher. You know why? Because now you're giving Milwood more time in the dugout. You're giving him more time to cool off. See Herrera making himself useful today. Getting some water. Now, I understand they want to get some guys loose down in the bullpen.
That's a great shot, by the way. Those are his teammates getting him the ammonia towels and fanning him all. That's a great shot. And you're right. That chat allows all this to happen.
You know, I mean, I've got to take my chances. I've got to say, look, it's a 4-0 ball game. Our only shot is to get Milwood back out there. Hopefully he's still a bit tired.
Tulowitzki, he's nobody's fool. He'll take a pitch or two. He takes it right down the middle, first pitch. That was for his pitcher sitting in the dugout.
Exactly. I mean, again, that's the non-ego that Tulowitzki and Gonzalez had displayed in this ball game. Trying to bunt, just getting down to first base, playing the game the right way.
And an ugly swing and a pitch that sails in. 0-2 the count, or a chance now for him to dig out of it. Let's see. Don't forget, by the way, this all started with an error, a miscue by Carroll when he rushed to throw across when he had plenty of time with Kevin Milwood running. That's when it all started. That's certainly a knock on him. He has been the most dependable Dodger outside of Matt Kemp this year. Popped it up. Loney fighting that sun. He can't get there. Well, now that's twice. The sun has just really presented a problem. It did for Mark Ellis and now for Loney.
Yeah, as I can tell you, being out there at first base on day games, not fun at all, and you lose balls a lot of the time, even if you've got the sunglasses on. He's got the glasses on. He's trying to shield himself. I remember John Olerud, the Seattle Mariners, was playing here, played 2 ball games here. We had 2 day games, a Saturday and a Sunday. 2 pop-ups, didn't even come close to it. He had the sunglasses on, he even had the helmet on.
Another chance, but this one should reach the seats. The nice seats down there. A race for the souvenir is on, and some of the folks enjoying the heat in the ball game today at Dodger Stadium have a keepsake. 0-2 the count. That's got to be an empty feeling, and like the pop there to Loney wasn't high. It wasn't that high, so you don't have much time to pick it up.
Well, and you lose it in the sun. It's not going to come out of the sun because it doesn't have that height. Just real difficult.
Inside corner, front doors to cut fastball. Tulowitzki didn't like it. They add on these Colorado Rockies. Let's hope he got enough fluid, says Jim Tracy. Kevin Milwood, that's right, Kevin running the bases. Four to nothing is the score. Colorado on top of Los Angeles. Bottom half of inning number 4. As we welcome you back to Dodger Stadium. Kevin Milwood still has some time to catch his breath. And it looks like, if I'm looking down below, that Bob Davidson, the second base umpire, might be in need of catching his breath some. Right now there are 3 umpires on the field as we play on. Davidson, guys and the gals in the truck have been doing a great job keeping an eye on Bob the last few innings. And he was needing a lot of fluids and getting visits from trainers, and finally decided to go inside.
Well, and that's a tough thing. It's very hot today. Umpires, they don't get to come off in between innings and rest and get in the shade. You know, and they're wearing those nice reflective tops, all black. Just gets hot, hot, hot out there.
Sunny and hot day, nearing 100 degrees. Let's hope Bob's all right. Let's hope he's just in there getting cooled off. And you know, if you have anything when you're just a little bit under the weather, any sort of flu bug or something, that'll just sap your energy and strength. 2-1 the count. And how much was Milwood's energy and strength? Sepp will find out. I've always loved the mechanics of Kevin Milwood. You young pitchers out there, I know you want to rock and lean and put the hands over the head. When he has to go into the stretch, and when you're a veteran, you've been in the stretch a lot too. It's not a big change. Very simple.
And very deliberate, very simple. Almost looks like those iron mics.
Perfect. That's exactly right. Folks, remember those when you put a token in at the batting cage? Curveball out front. The spin. There's that sun again visiting. And it is going to stay all day long. It's going to mess with the ball game, Mr. Sunshine.
First baseman, number 7, James Loney.
You see again, Mark Ellis going out there. He gets a glove on it, but this is one of those things as a fielder, it's a helpless feeling. You stick your glove up, and it could just as well as go in the glove as hit you in the top of the head. You have no idea. It really is. It's a scary feeling. Ellis doing his best job of getting out there. And again, just because you have the sunglasses on, that doesn't mean you can see. It just means you got sunglasses on.
You might look good.
Some might look good. Some might not look too good.
Here's James Loney. It looked like a changeup, and it was, but it was chest high. 1-0 the count to Loney. He'll attest to that sun. He went over by the Rockies dugout a half inning ago and didn't really know when to stick the glove out, as you said. Outfield plays him the other way. A bunch of space and a changeup. He was stubborn with it, but he missed. 2-0. And they play him almost like a right-handed pull hitter. And I guess when he's right, he does shoot it the other way.
Well, he likes to use left center. When he's going well, everything up the middle, left center, waits for the ball to travel on him. When he tries to hit home runs, try to get the bat head out, tends to cheat a bit.
Change up twice out there, then a good looking fastball. Milwood paints. 2-1 the count. Matt Kemp waiting. It's a go ahead and grab what you're getting in the fridge and hustle back if you're in the other room and you can hear my voice moment with Kemp on deck. He is having must-see at bats all season long. If you are heading to the fridge, bring Eric and I something as well. He's been a Brave. You all remember him as a Brave. He was a Philly, an Indian, a Ranger, and then spent some time in the minor leagues this year. Kevin Milwood. Changeup didn't get the corner.
Well, and you can see he's just continuing to work outside. The reason for that, he's got that hole open on the right side of the infield with Todd Helton holding on Aaron Miles. Doesn't want James Loney to just ground one through that side. Continued to work away. Again, if you're Loney right now, although you've got the count in your favor, think the other way. Don't try and jerk one.
Ball 4. And here he comes. You talk about the must-see at bats. First in total bases. Nearly 280, 98 RBIs, 156 hits, a 323 average. 30 long balls. He's a 30-30 guy. 576 slugging percentage. That's a resume for an MVP candidate.
No, it really is, because he's doing it in all facets. It's not just the power where he's hitting the home runs. He's also getting on base with the batting average. He's showing the speed with the stolen bases. Doing a little bit of everything.
These Dodgers now feeling, and their fans, like they got a big chance to jump back into it with Matt Kemp. Ended up being a good at bat by Loney. Outside, something soft. Kemp is aiming to become the 7th player in this game's history to rank in the top 3 in his league in average homers, RBIs, and steals. in the same season. Guys like Cobb and Sisler, Wagner, Mays, and Aaron, the others. That's the kind of year it's been. Oh, baby, would he love a lot of the chance at that one. Joining us on Twitter, this one for you. Do you think Matt Kemp will reach the 40-40 club as a 30-30-320 average, win him the MVP?
Well, I think it depends on what some of the other guys do as far as winning the MVP. I think right now he deserves to win the National League MVP. 40-40, that's tough. When you start setting numbers for yourself, like I've got to get to X or Y, very difficult. 10 home runs in 1 month, that is hot.
The 1-1 to right field. Over toward the line is Carlos Gonzalez. He beat him away. Made a pitch on him, too. Don't forget, the NFL right around the corner, right here on Fox, September 11th. The regular season begins. NFL Sunday doubleheader. The Falcons take on the Bears in Chicago. Two of the NFC's best go head-to-head. Or it's the Eagles, Rams, Lions, and Buccaneers. Then the Giants take on the Redskins in D.C. Or it's the Vikings, Chargers, Seahawks, 49ers, or Panthers, Cardinals. Coverage begins Sunday, September 11th, with a Built Ford Tough Fox NFL pregame show. That's at noon. That's right. It's time. It's noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Check your local listings.
You see Aaron Miles right there, a bit indecisive. He didn't get a good read on the ball, but you can see when he's got his hands on his head right there, he knows that he should have gone to tag up. That should have been his first move, just to get to third base. So at least the Dodgers have a shot of getting one run this inning in the form of a sac fly or just a ground out. But now, first and second, Milwood one pitch away from getting out of the inning.
Juan Rivera grounded out back in the second inning. He's 8 of his last 18 with runners in scoring position.
Don Mattingly spoke very highly of Rivera prior to the game. Talked about what impressed him most is he knew that every time Rivera goes to the plate, he's got a plan. He's not up there just wildly swinging or going up there thinking, how far can I hit the ball? He's trying to do something. Watch what the pitcher has been doing to the previous hitters.
Nice job by Annetta keeping that one right in front of him. Well, if you listened to Mattingly, and we all know he's not the general manager, but it certainly sounded like Juan Rivera has a place to play next year.
Well, he's done a nice job. He really has. He's come over. He's given what they like to say professional at-bats. Can play a little left, a little right, first base. You know, Ned Coletti, nice job there, picking up Juan Rivera. He's got a little history against Kevin Milwood.
He was brought in from Toronto for a player to be named or cashed. That was back on July the 12th. Ground ball out to third, ranging to his left is Kuzman. Can they throw it over? Yes, and a good hard slide out there, by the way, by James Loney. Milwood cleans it up, and he leads it 4-0. A year in which Todd Helton hits comfortably over 300. There's nothing new with that as he takes outside. 1-0 the count. But he is seeing a bounce back with regard to slugging the baseball. He's 0 for 2 today. 323 career hitter. One after a pitch down and away from Billingsley. Todd Helton an 0-fer. He is 0 for 3 thus far on the afternoon. So this afternoon, again, just too many pitches for Billingsley. And you knew early on with all the base runners that Colorado sooner or later would take advantage. Meantime, it's been crafty Kevin Milwood.
Yeah, it really has. And you look at the one walk for Chad Billingsley, and it's really misleading because he's been very erratic. 5 guys today, 3 and 2 count. Just hasn't been able to locate his pitches. I mean, that's led to the high pitch count. It's also led to the home run that Troy Tulowitzki hit. Just left a cutter, a slider over the inner half of the plate.
Slow curveball like a balloon, and he couldn't stay back. 0-2 the count. He's commanding that. He's shown a couple of those. Didn't see that at all early.
Well, and you know where he picked that up from? Vicente Padilla, who pitched here previously with the Dodgers and on the disabled list. But he throws that slow curveball. I mean, it's almost 50, 55 miles an hour, and it just kind of, it's almost like an ephus pitch. It's got an arc to it. Billingsley has been able to master it.
That one into the dirt it goes. 2-2 the count. It's kind of an inconsistent day overall. That pitch is a fun pitch. Roy Oswalt still on occasion when healthy will use it. I think of Washington's Livan Hernandez when I think of that slower than slow pitch too. 2-2 the count. Will they go back to you think, folks? Fastball outside. So that's 6 now.
That would be 6. 6 full counts. Only 1 walk, though.
Rising fastball, good 4-seamer, fouled it off. For several years, it was Seth Smith in the 7th, 8th, or 9th. I mean, he was a pinch-hitting weapon for these Rockies. This time he drives it into center. Kemp trickling back, snags it over the top of his head, and a couple of outs in the inning. Chevrolet proudly supports the great game of baseball at every level. You see how they're making kids' baseball dreams come true across the United States of America at ChevyBaseball.com. We see a lot of youngsters out at the ball yard. Weekends. The school out here in Southern California is not back in session yet, right?
Starting up this Wednesday. Some of the private schools started last week.
That's why everyone's here. These kids trying to hurry out, get to some ball games. Please don't make me go back.
Cooling off a little bit.
1-0 to Kuzminoff. Belts that one to left field. Did he get enough of it? It's off the wall. Hustling in, played nicely by Rivera. Got it. Mattingly said, I like his bat. I'm just hoping to find a place for him to play when he speaks of Juan Rivera. He's serviceable, said the Dodgers manager. That's plenty good.
sponsored by Gillette Fusion, Gillette's closest, most comfortable shave. Nice outfield play a moment ago by the Los Angeles Dodgers as Colorado leads it 4-0. Also nice umpiring. Bob Davidson, if you're just joining us, under the weather in this heat, is in his umpire's locker room. He is being attended to by some members of the medical staff of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Bob, we know you're watching down in there. Let's hope you're okay. Way in, a cut fastball on Andre Ethier. And Rivera did a nice job making that play off the wall, but a three-man crew doing a nice job as Hunter Wendelstedt came over and made the call. You have to communicate now like it's nobody's business.
Well, it's just like the minor leagues. Sometimes you go back, three-man crew, two-man crew.
The 0-1. Slow curveball to Andre Ethier. 30-game hitting streak earlier this year. The nation was talking about it. When you get to 30, that's when you are on the map. 397 during that time. Casey Blake waits his chance, but since then he's struggled and really struggled the last few weeks.
No, he really has, and you just have to wonder if something isn't going on with him physically. You know, the level that he's played at so far in his career, you just don't drop like that, or struggle like that, unless you got something going on. Andre, though, he's not going to say anything if he does. Goes out there and plays every day.
One and two the count. And the young man out of Arizona. Slow curveball, down he goes. So Ethier is done. Time now for a DirecTV game break. Couple of long balls. Luke Hughes against the man trying to win 20, and Justin Verlander 4-1 at that point. Jason Repko says, let me join into the fun. Part of 4 unanswered runs that helped the Twins tie the ball game up in the 6th inning. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. It is on now.
It really is. Jason Repko, Dodger fans may remember that name, a first-round pick in the late 90s.
So does Detroit have it wrapped up at 6.5?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. There's still a number of games with 2 teams that are chasing them, the Indians and the White Sox. I think they're the best team, but we're not into September yet, so I can't say anybody's got it wrapped up yet in that division.
Well, at this point last year, just to shift leagues, the Giants were about 6 games back, so that's what you're talking about.
Well, and you look at it, it's 5 in the loss column. 6 over Chicago. I don't think Detroit is just that much better than everybody that they can't have a little trip.
Oh, and 2 the count on Casey Blake. Curveball, fair ball, hugging the line, heading up against that tarp. With the veteran running, even though it rolls to a dead stop and sits there for seconds, they just go and pick it up. Casey Blake with a double, his 8th double of the season.
Well, he gets that off-speed pitch and just pulls it around third base. Nicely placed.
Injuries have been his undoing this year, and with that cervical strain, left elbow infection, back problems.
Yeah, it's just really been one thing after another for Casey Blake.
And now A.J. Ellis. Now just trying to scrap and scrape against Kevin Milwood, who's always liked this ballpark. He's facing different players than he used to face. As Milwood pours in a strike, but in his career in this beautiful stadium, Milwood has an ERA below 2.5. I'm guessing a lot of those were games at night, though. Listening to you earlier.
Games at night. Dodger Stadium, a lot of pitchers Throw well here.
I heard that a lot growing up.
Yeah.
0-1 the count. Look at the sink on that ball.
And again, when you're not overpowering, you have to have that sort of movement. 90 miles an hour isn't going to get it done unless you have the ball darting. You can locate.
And you do whatever you have to do.
Well, you do. And again, it's hot out there. A lot of sweat going on.
That pitch is inside. 1-2 the count. He pitched in Trenton. He pitched in Scranton. He pitched in Pawtucket. And it wasn't a rehab start. He didn't have a job. He didn't have a big league job with either the Yankees or the Red Sox, two organizations that he signed with this year. They kept giving him an opportunity to leave if he wanted to. 16 minor league starts for a guy who had made more than 400 starts in the major leagues. That tells me he wants to play baseball. And has made countless millions of dollars, has taken care of himself and generations to come.
Well, again, as a player, you know when the time has come when you don't have that desire to go out and grind every day. And obviously, he still has it. It varies from player to player.
He just got 92 miles an hour there. Reaching back a little bit. Something there. 2-2 the count. You get to a point when you're a few years in like Milwood and he's beyond a few years in, you understand, and it sounds like a simple thing to say, but how to change speeds on your fastball. And he's doing that in this inning.
It really is. He's getting some movement, as you mentioned. Last one, he tried to hump it up a little bit.
And Enda kept trying to sell him on another fastball. He wasn't buying. So instead, it's a slider down and away. Second out of the inning. The runner will move up to third in Casey Blake. Next Saturday on Fox Saturday Baseball, Michael Young leads the American League West, leading Rangers into Boston to go toe-to-toe with Adrian Gonzalez and the Red Sox in a possible playoff preview. Next week's telecast of Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Chevrolet, begins at 4 Eastern and 1 Pacific. Texas can't shake those Angels just when they think they're getting close to. Although the Rangers with a big night last night.
Yeah, they really created some separation there. All of 2 games in the loss column. Angels rearranging their rotation, moving guys up a day.
That starts tonight, doesn't it?
Santana today and Weaver tomorrow.
Troy Tulowitzki hustling Carroll the entire time, but not enough. Tulo with the arm. Kevin Milwood with a pretty good arm for a 36-year-old minor leaguer all year. That is sponsored by Chevrolet, proud to support youth baseball across the country, and by Michelin, a better way forward. Kevin Milwood, a nice story this afternoon at Dodger Stadium as he and his Colorado Rockies lead it by a score of 4-0. One-time elite National League pitchers along with Lavin, Maddox, and Smoltz has done good work. Iannetta chases a pitch high and lines it to left field.
Pitcher number 40.
Yeah, one of those days you mentioned it's in the high 90s. You get to be 36 and you're a pitcher. You're not used to this.
Now you see him taking a nice leisurely jog down to first. He's safe on that one, but here he's coming from second base. He's motoring, he's moving, That arm pump right there, high knees. And there we go. Getting a break.
He takes ball 1-0 the count to Kevin Milwood.
He really has done a nice job. Kept the Dodgers off balance. Keeping his fielders involved.
Well, here a few weeks back, Kevin Milwood was asking for work. This wasn't one of those fancy waiver claims that we're hearing about now and deadline deals that we heard about in July. This is, I've pitched pretty well. Would you like for me to help you out? So teams that are and still thinking about being contending teams. These Rockies right on the cusp, as we said, almost on the outside looking in now, but there were other teams that could have had the opportunity. 3-0 the count. And really good for him. Chi Kuo warms in the bullpen. Hard throwing southpaw for the Dodgers. Boy, that'll have you kicking yourself if you're Don Mattingly. 121 career hitter who spent the last handful of years in the American League, and he walks him.
Center fielder number 24, Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, not what you want to do, but maybe he is employing that philosophy of trying to wear Kevin Milwood out. Get him out on the bases again.
114 pitches. All yours, Chad. 0-1 the count.
You know, and again, the bullpen was not overworked at all yesterday. Everybody probably pretty fresh. But the Dodgers elected to stay with Billingsley.
Belted off the end of the bat, though it's dying out there in front of Kemp, who fires it in and gets Kevin Milwood. Now we can edit that though onto the back end of the hot day for Milwood day, because he had to race and slide. With a smile, he'll get back into the dugout.
That's a nice play by Matt Kemp. You know, and if you're Dexter Fowler, you can't really get mad at Kevin Milwood, but that's a base hit. That is not a base hit as a fielder's choice now. You're down there at first saying, really? Are you kidding me with that?
All right, back in there now. We'll see. Let's watch again Mark Ellis here. Does he take a pitch or two? Does he draw this at bat out? He's got his overheated pitcher out there. That's Kemp's 8th outfield assist on the season. That's becoming a better center fielder. He was not a good center fielder last year. Inside corner, strike one to Ellis.
Well, the old towel with a little ammonia in it. Liven you up. It's always nice, little back sweat on the towel, and then let me rub it in your face. It's great when you share the towels. That's even better.
That's very descriptive analysis by you, by the way.
Oh, it's happened before. I've watched it.
Oh, you do the count. Oh, you mean so that occurs and then here, Eric, you're hot too?
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm not hot anymore.
I'll take care of myself. Got that drinking fountain over there. Thank you.
Eric Karros, Darren Sutton here at Dodger Stadium, and of course you. Thanks for inviting us into your home, wherever you may be this afternoon. Hope you've got a good weekend planned. Ellis has doubled. He has singled. He has grounded into a double play back in the first inning. He's been a good Rocky, hitting .283. Nowhere near to the backstop it goes. A huge aggressive turn, and in the old Dodger Stadium you could have done that, taken that next base. But a wild pitch.
Yeah, not anything that A.J. Ellis could do right there. Tries to keep it in front of him, but this pitch not even close. Again, when you throw that slider or curveball, it actually hits the dirt and bounces back. See Fowler, he's watching the entire time.
This has got to be the last hitter for Billingsley. If he gets him, he gets back into the dugout. If not, he's got to be done. Cut fastball. Ellis tried to frame it up. 2-2 the count. On a hot day, he's thrown 120 pitches. And I'm sure Quo's ready. Really, just stand in the sun for about 3 minutes and you're ready.
Yeah. But you got to give it to Billingsley. I mean, he has gone out there. He has battled. Hasn't had his best stuff. You know, and this is one of those things as far as experience. You know, figure out how to pitch when you don't have your good stuff. Getting into jams. You have to grind your way through. It's all part of maturing. This is one of those days.
He turned 27 years old on July 29th. Midwestern upbringing as that one sails high. 3-2 the count out of Defiance, Ohio. 7th full count. His father Jim built a mound in the backyard when he was young, and he treasures those times as his father battled a lot of illnesses throughout Chad's childhood. That's the workmanlike guy in him right now. That's Dad shining through. Swing and a miss. Look at that reaction. It was a hard day's work for the right-hander. He is done. Let's see if there is some offense from the Dodgers. baseball. An afternoon in which he threw 189 pitches in one game in an American Legion World Series tournament in Washington. For Chad Billingsley, maybe 120 plus is nothing. Looking back on his youth, 123 pitches today. So the lunch pail, the hard-working attitude, there's no denying that, but just the effectiveness early on is what he'd like to improve upon.
Well, he made that one bad pitch to Tulowitzki. He didn't have his great stuff, but he did battle.
Australian-born Trent Olchen. Well, we hardly knew him, didn't we? Fastball in on his hands, the role player, the speedster. Kevin Milwood just came into his kitchen. I mean, way in. He visited. He couldn't do anything with that fastball.
They had some movement, just ran right in on Olchen's hands. Look at that. Oh. Not often you fly out to the pitcher. Can you fly out to the pitcher? Not really sure what that was. As an out, though. Anyhow, we got Aaron Miles.
Aaron Miles digs in. I was with you on that. I enjoyed that, a fly out to the pitcher. I'm sure you guys didn't enjoy it whenever that would happen to you. Pitch is high, 1-0 the count. Matt Belisle, one-time starting pitcher, hard thrower, warms in the pen for these Rockies. Colorado scored on a 2-run homer by Troy Tulowitzki in the third inning, an RBI single by Carlos Gonzalez in the same inning as he paints the outside corner with a breaking ball. Gonzalez with an RBI single in the fourth inning to follow it up. And that's where the 4 runs have come from the Colorado Rockies. Billingsley then a couple of scoreless frames. Otherwise, for Milwood, can't see any high stress. Off the end of the bat, picked on a changeup, a long run. He dumps it in there. Miles. Time now for a DirecTV game break. Things getting interesting now in Detroit. The Tigers jump on top 6-4. Delman Young with an RBI single. Mr. Pavano not too happy. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Miguel Cabrera adding another RBI single as well.
Delman Young doing it to his own team. His former team, I should say, the Twins. Hit a home run against them after being acquired by the Tigers.
By the way, those runs were scored after Verlander had completed his 6th innings in the top of the 7th inning. Should the score remain the same and they hold on, he will win his 20th game. He's out of the game now. Verlander out of the game now. Daniel Schlereth is in. That's on you, bullpen. See if you can get him to 20. That's in the Midwest, by the way, here in Southern California. 0-1 the count, James Loney.
Well, the Dodgers really haven't been in this ball game, or it just hasn't seemed like they've been in the ball game at all today. But again, just a 4-run lead. Loney gets on base. Matt Kemp, one swing of the bat, and we've got ourselves a ball game. Again, it just seems like the Rockies have completely dominated in all facets today.
Just one man has reached third base for the Dodgers. Obviously, no one's touched on the plate. And go ahead and wrap up that visit to the kitchen. He's on deck. Yeah, only 2 runners have reached second base as well. Well, maybe some action. You were just talking about it, Eric. Runners on first and third. Love the first to third. Aggressive base running there by Aaron Miles. All right.
Yeah, we got ourselves a ball game, ladies and gentlemen. You got Matt Kemp, Vera coming up. First and third. See, that's what James Loney's done so well as of late. He's just set the table for Matt Kemp. You see Aaron Miles. He's not looking back. He's getting to third this time with 1 out.
That may do it. He's going to make it end as a positive day. Belisle is on. Milwood really good today in his comeback. Major League start back. 3.55 ERA. Billingsley gutsy and how deep he pitched, but he was ineffective early. Tulowitzki, Carlos Gonzalez, the offense so far. That may change in this ball game, though. Milwood looks on. Those are his base runners out there on first and third. Matt Belisle, the Texas-born right-hander. He's been a starter and reliever in pro ball. There's a pretty big arm there. As he pours that one, but it's inside. 1-0 the count. There's some pretty big numbers. Kemp against Belisle.
Yeah, well, you look at the numbers right there. 9-4, a 3.4 ERA, but Matt Kemp, 6 for 17 with 3 home runs against Matt Belisle. An interesting choice to bring in from the bullpen in this situation by manager Jim Tracy.
Breaking ball, 2-0 the count. You talked about Kemp. Big part of the ballpark is his specialty, between the gaps. This is the count where a hitter may be tempted to really try and turn and jerk and pull the ball and hit it hard. Let's see.
Yeah, and you've got to know right now as a hitter, you're not going to get just that cookie fastball. If I'm Matt Belisle, I'm not throwing that fastball. He threw the fastball.
He really did, and he had all of 89 on it, so didn't get quite the giddy up that we're used to seeing from Belisle.
Again, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. The one guy on the Dodgers that you cannot let beat you, or for that matter hurt you, is Matt Kemp. If you get in a 2-0 count, I'm not sure I'm throwing him a fastball right down the middle. I'm going to make Juan Rivera or Andre Ethier beat me.
Two and one. 2-2. Perfectly placed over the outside corner.
Excellent location right there. Stayed on the outer part of the plate, playing into that aggressiveness that you mentioned Matt Kemp may have right now. He knows as a hitter he's had success. Sometimes you feel like, okay, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to jack one, especially if I've done well against a guy.
Breaking ball. He was leaking out front. Threw him a slider there. We'll do it one more time. 2-2. I'll say MVP candidate. I mean, stunning numbers. And his club is not going to win the Western Division this year. He has 30 of the Dodgers' 94 home runs this year. That's a third of the team's homers. First and third. The 2-2. He tops that one out to third on a backhander coming home with it. In and out of the catcher's mitt. Runner moves up to third and Loney. Kemp was streaking through the bag, so he couldn't anticipate moving up. Although Davey Lopes is telling him you might have should have. Oh boy, here we go. In and out of that catcher's mitt.
Well, and I think the reason Kuzminov goes home, he doesn't feel like he'll be able to throw Matt Kemp out at first base. There's no way you go to second base in this situation. He's got the play right in front of him. Just does not make a good throw. See, if he makes a good throw, Aaron Miles is dead out. And the other situation, though, I mentioned Matt Kemp just ran through first base, and I think just wanted to keep going more out of frustration.
Yes.
Instead of recognizing or rounding or picking up the ball. That's difficult, though. As a runner, that's very difficult to know what happens at home plate in that situation.
And imagine you have a single and an error there with no RBI. Up into shallow right field, long in for Carlos Gonzalez. Another Dodgers run. Now Kemp's trying to make up for it. He heads to third, and he is out. No, the ball trickled away. It trickled away. Following that play, making the call initially, and it was the right call right on top of it. And it got away.
Well, you see, this ball just lifted into right field. Gonzalez has Kemp by a mile, and I was getting ready to say, not a good inning for Matt Kemp, but I'm going to switch that over and say not a good inning for Kevin Kuzminov. You see Matt Kemp, he's hustling, but he is out by a mile. Kuzminov just drops the ball, and like I said, it just turns on a dime. I'm ready to say Matt Kemp, he didn't recognize the ball getting by the catcher at first base, should have been on second, tries to make up for it by being aggressive. He was out at third base. Kuzminov drops the ball. See, that ball just shoots out of Kuzminov's glove there.
Kemp inadvertently almost whacked it out of there, trying to put both hands onto the bag. Tough break there for Kuzminov. And Kemp clearly got an earful from Davey Lopes. Davey is a trusted voice, the legendary Dodger over there. And back in that number 15 in the first base coach's box, Lopes gave him a quick earful, and Kemp was trying to make up for that.
Well, again, it's one thing about being aggressive. You also got to be smart. But the way Matt Kemp has played all year long, he gets a free pass on that one.
Intentional walk to Andre Ethier.
Well, and this is a smart move here by manager Jim Tracy. Play for the double play. One pitch gets you out of the inning with a 4-2 lead. Make Casey Blake beat you.
And here is Casey Blake. Crowd's into it. They're ready. They have had Kevin Milwood put him in the deep freeze, this Dodgers crowd. They've just been busy following the shade today. Now they're following the Dodgers. Rockies have out-hit Los Angeles 10-6. Casey Blake into left center field, trying to get the gloves. One run is in. Another Dodger run. Tulowitzki has come on to the plate. The relay from Tulowitzki. The tag out at the plate, Andre Ethier. Tim Wallach very aggressive. Kevin Milwood will not win. Tied at 4. And all this, by the way, in support of Billingsley. They pulled him off the hook. He could actually earn a win if this all keeps rolling.
Casey Blake doing a nice job jumping on that first pitch. Drives it in the alley. Tim Wallach over at third base being aggressive with Andre Ethier. Not sure that that's what you want to do in this situation. Again, not a bang-bang play. The way things were set up right there, you would have had runners on second and third with one out and a tie ball game with your number 7 hitter up.
Well, it was last night that Andre Ethier on a shallow fly ran through a stop sign and was thrown out trying to tag and head on home. Tim Wallach figuring maybe just go ahead then again today, but no, you're right. That was a lighter way to look at it. Pitches away. Shame for Kevin Milwood. If you're into wins and losses, not all baseball people are. But Kevin Milwood pitched a heck of a ball game today.
Well, he really did. He battled, and you also have to hand it to Chad Billingsley. He did not have his good stuff today, and he was able to keep the Dodgers in the ball game, give them a chance.
Well, this ball game has turned on a dime. And you talk about a little bit of momentum, your pitcher throwing, and we were even up here, I was anyway, questioning why is he still out there. 115 talking about Billingsley, 117, 120. The little pump of the fist into the glove as he walks off the field as if to say, job well done. A little momentum in the dugout.
Yeah, well, you know that he's out there, he's battling. You know, both of these teams still playing for pride. That's one thing you can say about both these teams. Both very competitive. You see that? Yes, yes.
Say this game doesn't mean anything, folks. That's not the case with that man. Curveball is low. Trent Olchin, I'm sure he was down and out, hanging his head, pinch hit, made it out. He's on deck. Might get another chance.
Boy, you could make 2 outs in an inning.
Don't go there, see? You were glass half full earlier. Pitch is outside.
I was just bringing that up because as a hitter, you do think that. You're thinking, you know what, if I get up right now, I'd love for Jamie to get a base hit. But then again, if I do get up, that's 2 outs in an inning. It's one of the many things that go through your head.
Didn't mean to. Tried to hold up. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. His 4th start back in the major leagues. After pitching 16 times, riding buses and early plane flights in AAA. Shoots that one into right field. The Dodgers lead it. All the way back, then on top. Mr. Billingsley, that's for your effort. And unfortunately, his effort disappears.
Well, Jamie Carroll, again, we talked about it. He's always going to give you an at-bat. It hasn't been that successful this year with runners in scoring position. Only 11 RBIs and 381 at-bats coming in today. It's a big hit right there. Puts the Dodgers ahead.
Talking about in our game break, the offense picking up Justin Verlander as he was out of the ball game. We see the same thing happen moments later in a non-pennant race game here in Dodger Stadium. Trent Olchin. Is it in his head now, Mr. Olchin, as Billingsley looks on? Jim Tracy suddenly, after strike 1, he's seen enough. He had his lefty warming. He's thinking, well, I'd rather have a lefty face Olchin. But he does so with an 0-1 count. Interesting. Still a good story with Kevin Milwood. Made it back. He just won't win today. Left-hander Rex Coleman Brothers goes to work. He's 23 years old, and he does so with the benefit of an 0-1 count. Rocky's first pick in the 2009 draft. Just really getting his feet wet this year in the big leagues. Plenty of strikeouts, so he struck out 40 in 29 innings. Lyle passed by Milwood a moment ago, and there was a good teammate moment. Milwood, a new Rocky, certainly. But there's a certain way that a quality veteran handles himself. 0-1 to count. Brothers inherited. We love seeing this. This is the one who just had it ripped out from under his feet. First one waiting on it. Better said, only one waiting on it.
Well, it's one of those things, too. Guy comes in not feeling really good about himself. But in his defense, the Rockies not playing well defensively behind them. Lyle made some decent pitches. Here for the second day in a row. Remember last night the Dodgers 6 runs in the 7th inning. Today 5 runs in the 6th.
That smile getting bigger. Off the hook now.
Yeah,
on
off
the
hook, sniffing a win.
That's exactly right. Outside. Boy, that's a good-looking breaking ball there. 1-2 the count. This inning started with just a harmless little pop-up from Trent Olchen, as you said, fly out to the pitcher.
Yeah, fly out to the pitcher.
I'm going to use that again. I actually like that a lot. As we mentioned earlier, Olchen, Australian, born and raised. The 1-2. And he makes 2 outs in an inning. But it was a big inning for that man. Billingsley gutted it through. We'll return to Los Angeles. But they're cheering now after a word from your local Fox station. Saturday baseball presented by Gillette Fusion Pro Glide. 5-4. A bounce back inning for the Los Angeles Dodgers in support certainly of their fans, because their fans were into it, but in support of Chad Billingsley as well. Now Hong Chi Kuo goes to work. Hard throwing left-hander. It's been a very tough year physically and off the field as well, out of Tainan City in Taiwan. Began with the Dodgers in 1999.
Yeah, an electric arm, no question about it. Ned Colletti hoping that coming into this season he'd be a setup guy to Broxton, or maybe even be the closer. Because of arm injury, and then had some anxiety issues. He spent some time on the disabled list. And since his return, he just hasn't been able to get back into that groove that he's displayed over the past few seasons.
His last 3 outings at least have been serviceable. 2 in Colorado, 1 in St. Louis. He hasn't allowed a run in a combined 1 full inning of work. But you said it with regard to tough stuff. Tries to drop down a bunt, pushes it with him. Unbelievable effort by Carlos Gonzalez, who has already bunted in this ball game for a base hit. He read it, he saw it, and he took advantage.
Well, I'll say it. This guy, for me right now, is showing some maturity that better guys don't even have. And I say that he was 0 for 5 against Quo. He knows that. He knows he doesn't do well against Quo. So his job is to get on base. So why go up there and swing and try and hit something out of the park? He hasn't had some success. Take the bunt. They gave it to him. He gets down to first base. This man, Tulowitzki, he's hitting at a 450 clip against Quo.
The 4 hits, by the way, a great afternoon for Cargo. Ties a career high, the 10th time he's done it. 3rd time this season. Well, you threw the big numbers out there. Here is Troy Tulowitzki. Down the line. And out of here. Troy Tulowitzki. Hardly had time to describe it. A frozen rope to left. You can hang a week's worth of laundry on that one. And right back come the Colorado Rockies. They lead it now.
Yeah, and you could see right there, Don Mattingly was hoping that he could get Quo to face help. 100 against him. Again, you have to go through Tulowitzki. As I just said, hitting at a 440 clip against Quo coming into that at-bat.
Wow, stunning. 6th multi-homer game in his career. The first time this year. I think that's one of those traditional walls down the line.
Well, it's just a high fastball. It's about chest high. Tulowitzki just shoots a line drive. But as good in that bat as that was, the bat of the inning right now is Gonzalez, just because he lays down a bunt to get down to first base. And it's on the first pitch. You know, Don Mattingly doesn't have any time to think, oh, you know what, I better bring in a right-hander. What should I do? Tulowitzki, first pitch. Rockies lead.
1-1 the count. Todd Helton. So you think about Tulowitzki now. He's having a year. And Cargo set the table for him very nicely. Troy having a year in which he has 28 homers. He now has 93 RBIs. A lot of folks talking about Matt Kemp, and they should be as an MVP. You had better include Troy Tulowitzki in that conversation.
I think you absolutely do that. I think what happens is there isn't a clear-cut guy. You've got Prince Fielder and Ryan Braun, I believe, over in Milwaukee. They're having great years. But they probably take votes away from one another. You've got Upton in Arizona. He's going to get a number of votes. Tulowitzki, Kemp. I mean, it is going to be a heck of a race.
The big question for guys like Tulowitzki and Kemp, are there voters just bent on the fact that your team's got to be up in the top of the standings? Some are. The 2-2.
Well, I think you look at Milwaukee, and you have that obviously with those two guys, and Upton even in Arizona. But you look at Upton's numbers, the RBI, I don't think are in the same category right now as Kemp and Tulowitzki. I think he's in the 70s somewhere.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Helton. I think we're adjusting Upton as we see this home run one more time.
That's just a laser.
I think Justin Upton, where he gets considered, is just his team's unbelievably surprising success. I don't think there's a single person in the world that would have told you in March that his team would be where they are. I'd like to meet him if they did. Because in Arizona, you had one of the worst teams, one of the teams that was in most disarray a season ago.
Well, I'd argue MVP in Arizona might be a guy that used to wear a Dodger uniform, and that's Kirk Gibson. I mean, I know managers can't win an MVP award, but the culture that he's created, he and his coaching staff, have just as much to do with anything that the players on the field are doing.
Right now, Tulowitzki looking up at those Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants. And I think you're right about Kirk Gibson. Gibson, who's always the defender of his players, would say, well, heck, I won the MVP in '88. Go look up how many RBIs I have. That still surprises a lot of people around baseball, that right there. Outside, and he went around. Seth Smith. 1-2 the count.
Smith. That's a combination of Seth Smith. Anyhow, he wanted the third base umpire to at least get acknowledged. Say, hey, can you ask for some help down there? Brian Knight saying, no, I got it. You went around.
By the way, speaking of the umpiring crew that he was looking for some help with, what do you think?
I don't think he went.
An official announcement was made. Bob Davidson has left the field. It's a three-man crew. Dehydration. He still may return at some point. Strike three over the outside corner. Well, there's the electric arm. I mean, he is despised by opposing hitters, and it used to be right-handed hitters as well before this year.
Well, you look at what he's done to two left-handers, Todd Helton and Seth Smith, both strikeouts. Gonzalez recognizing that, though, drops a bunt down to start the inning.
The busiest of all Dodgers relief pitchers when the gate swings open is Matt Guerrieri. He comes on for the 61st time this year. Cleveland, Ohio, born and raised. Went to Kent State, played his college baseball. Faces Kevin Kuzminoff, who eases out front. 0-1 the count. Longtime Minnesota Twin Matt Guerrieri. Heavy slider. My goodness, 0-2. He's a Retired for a brief time. Signed a 3-year deal to be part of the Dodgers bullpen this past winter.
And I think the Dodgers going into the season thought the bullpen was going to be a strength. Again, with injuries and other issues, just hasn't been.
That slider, nothing doing there, and popped up. There's the sun. Trying to have some fun. That guy's having fun today. He's fun to watch. Both of them are. Her 24th season as a Dodgers organist, a standard here at Dodger Stadium. But then again, standards is what it's all about here on the West Coast. An announcement last night from legend Vin Scully.
Every year this time of year, a nice lady in Woodland Hills named Mrs. Marty Squires sends me some chocolate chip cookies. This year, when she sent them, in the letter it said, "This is a bribe to get you to come back next year." Well, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I mean, you and I have been friends a long time. But after a lot of soul searching, a few prayers, and decided that maybe we can do it, we've decided that we will come back with the Dodgers for next year. God's been awfully good to me, allowing me to do the things that I've always wanted to do. I asked him for one more year at least. He said, okay, and be quiet and eat your cookie. I'll do the same thing.
Boy, we are lucky baseball fans. In my case, a youngster, a Southern Californian. He began at 25 years old, and now, as someone who doesn't live in this state anymore, I'll say the game is lucky to have Vin for at least another year.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember growing up in San Diego, my dad, a huge Dodger fan, transistor radio, would only get the reception in his office, and hearing that voice every night over the summer, Vin Scully, get to hear it another summer.
So congratulations to you Dodgers fans. What a gift you unwrapped last night. And who'd have thought it would just cost you a couple of chocolate chip cookies. Aaron Miles to lead it off. Miles, Loney, and Kemp. This back and forth that has really began just a half inning ago to an inning ago, truly. It was a 5-run Dodgers 6th inning. And you thought, all right, what a great manner of support for Chad Billingsley. Felt bad for Kevin Milwood. Well, instantly you realized Billingsley wouldn't win the game when Troy Tulowitzki homered. To the right side, Helton. Easy trot to the bag. Aaron Miles is done. Today's game presented by Gillette is sponsored by Sprint. All together now. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. James Loney fly to center field. He has walked and singled and scored. First 3 full seasons in the major leagues, Loney hit .296. That number .269 since then. His brothers finds the inside corner. 0-1 to count. Check swing, didn't mean to. That lefty giving him a tough time of it.
That ball bounces. Loney completely fooled right there. You know, when he does well against lefties, it's when he waits for the ball to travel deep. He does that with most pitchers, but really forces him to stay in there. Doesn't fly out with his front shoulder. To be a successful hitter, you can't worry about getting jammed. It becomes an ego thing, but it's okay to break a few bats by the handle.
Outside with a breaking ball. And you can make a really, really good living by letting the ball travel deep in your stance, can't you?
Well, it just allows you more time. You may not have the home run power or hit the ball out of the park as often as you'd like, but you can wait on it. You'll have a lot more success. It's like I tell the little leaguers that when I coach, let the ball come to you. You don't have to go out and get it. It's going to come to you.
Swing and a miss, and down he goes. So Loney is done. 6-5 here the score.
Number 27, Matt Kemp.
Before we see Matt Kemp, we may see another pitcher battling him, and even better said, a double switch. As Herrera trots out of that dugout as well. Looks like Houston Street is ready to come on into this ball game. We'll reset when we come back. 6-5 is the score. It's Houston Street taking the assignment out of the bullpen. Battling injuries this year and at times ineffectiveness. The one-time closer for these Colorado Rockies. You have to imagine he will be the closer again. Jonathan Herrera comes on and plays third, so that means that Street bats seventh, or the pitcher spot is seventh. Herrera bats ninth. All this business is about Matt Kemp. He's gotten him before. He's in his book. Takes a look at one over the inside corner. With 2 outs, 0-1 the count. Bottom of the 7th inning. Rockies lead it 6-5. Funky delivery. It dives and grabs enough of the inside corner.
Well, he's got a lot of movement. That's where Houston Street has been successful. 32 save opportunities this year. He's converted 29 of them.
The 0-2. Didn't get the corner. Looked pretty close. Purpose pitch. Street, a one-time A's first-round draft pick out of the University of Texas. His dad, James Street, was a heck of a pitcher there as well back in the 60s. Again outside. And a quarterback as well. That's what he was known for. Cotton Bowl victory in 1970. Talking about his father, his father's teammate, Dodgers fans may remember in Texas, Bert Hooton, longtime Dodger pitcher. Into center field. You know what? He didn't try to do too much with it, did he? He's not looking to hit it out. He's looking to be the tying run. First hit of the day.
Well, with 2 strikes on Matt Kemp, all he's doing as a hitter is just trying to get down to first base. Does a nice job there, just being patient. You got to believe at some point, though, now Matt Kemp is going to try to steal second base. Get himself into scoring position for Juan Rivera. What this does for Juan Rivera, he can sit on a fastball.
He's got 33 stolen bases. And the man keeping an eye on him up over his shoulder in that first base coaching box, Kemp, will tell you Davey Lopes is a big reason why. Lopes with 557 in his career. Philly's loss, as Lopes coached for several years in Philadelphia, was Matt Kemp's game. And he just looks right down there wearing number 15, doesn't he? In a Dodgers uniform.
Yes, he does. I remember playing first base when Davey Lopes would be coaching, and he'd call pickoffs to the runner, and I didn't even know there was a pickoff coming. And whether he was picking something up from the pitcher or something from the bench, what a huge advantage he is to help the runner down at first. And then you look, nowadays, you have those types of guys coaching first, whether it's Dave Roberts at first base in San Diego, who has the highest percentage. You remember him stealing that bag against the New York Yankees for the Boston Red Sox.
Now, Davey Lopes used to stand in the top step of that dugout down there, and there wasn't video and computers and laptops, and he could figure out a pitcher's one thing that he did in order to take advantage. He's trying to teach Kemp, you can use your video, but use your eyes too.
Yeah, and it's funny because he'd be down there and verbally he'd just say, go, stay, go.
Can you imagine?
And he's that good.
0-2 the count. Pitch is called high. The other thing Lopes has done for Kemp, and he'll just admit it, he did again this morning, he's served a bit of a paternal role as well. I mean, he has been a bit of a guide and a father figure, and it's firm. Davey Lopes, a rough upbringing in East Providence, Rhode Island, has a tough side, and it's been some tough love at times for Kemp. Out front of a slider. Long run for 3 Colorado Rockies. They give way to the Gold Glover, Troy Tulowitzki. Kemp has his first hit, but he is stranded. 6-5 is the score. Well, we're certainly glad you're with us this afternoon. Colorado has bounced back thanks to Troy Tulowitzki and Carlos Gonzalez, too. They lead it 6-5. Chris Iannetta. The Rockies won 5 of 6. And though there may be other teams in the National League West, namely one in Arizona and one in Northern California, that at least keep one eye on the Colorado Rockies, I think the first step is to get back to 500. I mean, you can really put the pressure on. Lifted into left field. It should be an easy chance for Rivera. It is, as he puts it away. D. Gordon's been wearing a microphone for us today. Flash's young man who may be the future shortstop. He's having fun.
Oh, got him. Got him, coach! Booyah! Save! 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 No! No, no, no! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Woo!
That's some serious energy right there, D. Gordon.
I love that.
Wow. Tell you, fine-looking athlete. I had an opportunity to watch him play here. Excellent speed, wiry shortstop, a lot of range. Still young, though. Still young.
And with a disabled list with that right shoulder contusion, and hopefully playing himself back pretty soon. Don Mattingly was talking about him before the game today. And he talked about game changing, and he mentioned energy. I think we heard the energy. He can't change a game today. 3-1 the count. Paints the outside corner with a breaking ball slider there. A little edge biter. 3-2. To the screen it goes. 12 hits for the Rockies here on the road. They have outlasted the Dodgers so far. The Dodgers have 9. Both teams have pitched in the error column, 2 for Colorado and 1 for Los Angeles. A little bit low. That's ball 4. Time now for a direct TV game break, and a congratulations to Tigers fans in a pennant race, and most importantly, to their favorite pitcher, Justin Verlander. He's a 20-game winner for the first time since 1991 when Bill Gullickson did it. Boy, that's the way back machine. Verlander goes 6, gives up 4, so far from flawless. But he, Daniel Schlereth, Joaquin Benoit, and Jose Valverde put things together for the victory. 6-4 the final.
Well, and that's what separates the Tigers from the Indians and the White Sox in that division. They have a dominant number one. Not just a number one, but a dominant number one. Maybe even the dominant number one in all of baseball. Look at those numbers. 2.38 ERA, and that's doing it in the American League. Remember, that's where there is the DH.
That is our DirecTV game break. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Golly, 1991, Bill Gullickson. He was 20-9 that year. There have been a bunch of 43 to be exact Tigers 20-game winners. He's the 44th now. Change up. Good pitch on 1-0. Of course, the most famous, and unfortunately, as his life went on, infamous of them all, was Denny McLain winning 31 in 1968. Fowler is singled, reached on a fielder's choice, grounded out and flied out. Switch hitter, natural right-handed hitter. Breaking ball, that's a hammer. 1-2.
It's a tough spot right there for the left-handed hitters, especially if they're moving towards the ball. They stay back, they might be able to hit that low inside breaking ball, but when they're moving towards the ball, it really eats them up on their hands.
One and two, the count. Couple of more shots for the Dodgers. Rockies trying to get 6 big outs, and they want to add on. I don't know how you take that one.
A nice job by Ellis there, keeping the ball in front, preventing Herrera from getting down to second base. See him just drop to his knees there. 1-run ball game. Very important to keep it within that 1 run. So put some pressure on the Rockies. See Betancourt probably in the 9th inning. Street probably for the 8th. There's Scott Elbert. Done a nice job this year for the Dodgers. Started in the minors. Evolved into a pretty reliable guy out of the pen.
They've tried him a couple of times. They've been waiting on him, haven't they? Houston Street in the other dugout. Crowd settling a bit after there's been some back and forth in the 6th and 7th inning. Chopper, be tough to double up, so you just get the lead out. Herrera was way out front anyway. He got a great break. So runner moves into scoring position, almost serves as a bunt. 1-3 on the ground out. Check out the MLB Fan Cave at MLBFanCave.com. Many of baseball's biggest stars have stopped by the cave. Check out all of the videos and see who will visit the cave next. Follow at MLB Fan Cave on Twitter and like the MLB Fan Cave next on Facebook after you do that.
I like that. Freddie Freeman there drawing a playoffs for October for the Atlanta Braves. Fine young first baseman for Atlanta.
Well, he has been hitting the last couple of months. First it was just he's got a good glove. Breaking ball, a high strike, dangerous spot, but the count is 0-1.
Well, you better get this guy, because on deck Carlos Gonzalez and then Troy Tulowitzki. Driven in all 6 runs today, those two. Been the entire offense.
Ellis does have 2 hits. Broke his bat. Coming on in is Miles. He'll turn it into an out. They do get that guy. Now they have 6 outs they'd like to get. Some hitters are waiting. It is sponsored by Verizon, the destination for tablets powered by 4G, and by DirecTV. Now get DirecTV's best offer of the year. All right, Andre Ethier to lead it off, and though it hasn't been a good couple of weeks for Andre Ethier, better said a good second half since he was an all-star in his home state ballpark at Chase Field. See what he can get going against Houston Street. The good news for Ethier is at least he's facing a right-hander because lefties have torn him apart lately.
Oh, they really have. And like I said earlier, I just can't imagine that there isn't something going on with Ethier.
Line drive. He's got him out of their seats and cheering at Dodger Stadium. It's not walk-off category yet, but we do know Ethier as the king of the walk-off, so a late game hit, no surprise despite his struggles. Casey Blake's had a good day.
Yeah, that big 2 RBI hit the 6th inning. He's another one of those guys. He's much like Rivera in that he'll give you an at-bat where there's a plan. Goes up there, he has an idea of what he wants to do.
This time he squares to bunt. Handed out, I would imagine, by the dugout. Pops it foul. This is the hit you're talking about.
You see this one, just a high fastball out over the plate. Gets it in the gap. 2-run score, and Ethier thrown out at the plate. I think they'd like to have that one back.
Houston has rolled up 4 double plays this year. A little bit above league average in that category, and if he bunts it, why bunted it fair? Say if he bunts it foul, he may get a chance to see him swing the bat. Instead, it's a successful sacrifice. So a couple of doubles, couple of RBIs, a run score, and a little bit of little ball.
That ball, he just deadened it, hit the ground, and I thought it was going to come back foul. Didn't, just stopped. Watch this here. No speed pitch. That thing just died right there.
Your attention, please, for the Dodgers.
I ended up thinking he may have a play at second, but does the right thing, gets the sure out.
You get a big hitter waiting. He's a veteran. Began his career a long time ago in Arizona. Has bounced to Texas, Philly, Toronto, the New York Mets. But Barajas, he has been good for one thing the last couple of years, besides being a good presence in the clubhouse, and that's homers. You make a mistake, he'll hurt it.
Well, and that's one of the good things and bad things about this situation is he's a guy that with one swing of the bat can put you ahead. He also strikes out quite a bit. Not the contact guy, not the Jamie Carroll type.
I think that's the reason he's hitting right there. That number, 8 of 12 against Houston Street.
It's a good number.
How about that, you think?
It's one of those things, though, if you're the opposing manager, you're thinking 8 of 12. That guy has to get out at some point, right? Can't continue to get on. It's got to be Jim Tracy's thinking right now. See if he's right.
Tying run at second base. Barajas takes a sinking fastball that misses low. The Dodgers in innings 1 through 5 were 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. In the 6th inning, they were 3 of 5. On the corner. He's also hot as well outside of against Street. He's 6 of his last 13. A mini 3-game hitting streak. And a big August to boot. Missed it there outside. 2-1 the count to Rod Barajas.
Well, he's definitely staying away, and he's trying to get that ball off the plate and maybe come back and get the corner. Got a lot of movement. Doesn't want to go inside.
Swing and a miss. There's that homer cut.
Well, Barajas isn't going to get cheated, but again, Houston Street has shown that he's going to stay outside against Barajas. If he does decide to come in, he will come in way off the plate.
The optimistic warm-up there when you pop up the closer in Javi Guerra. Alongside the left-hander, Elbert.
I think you've just got to continue to stay away. Don't even try to waste a pitch inside. Just stay away.
2-2.
And that's why I don't like it. You see Iannetta set up way inside. And he didn't miss way inside. He missed out over the plate right there. And that's the problem. If you set up outside, miss further out. You set up inside, you leave something over the plate, you can be in a lot of trouble. You also run the risk of hitting the batter.
You've got to like a slider away here, don't you?
I like something, I'm going back in.
Way in.
That's why I don't like it. I just, like I said, you run the risk of hitting the guy, or if you miss the other way, you might give up a 2-run shot. But he's shown that he tried to get him out. Most of his pitches away. If you're Barajas, you've got to be looking away. If you're Street, you've got to throw it away.
And he's got him set for that slider after the fastball at his kneecaps. 3-2. There it is, and he took it. He was ready, as you said. That's a great at bat right there by a free swinger.
Well, you can see Houston Street is telling Rod Barajas, I'm going to try to get you out away. Away, away, away. It's got a 2-2. That's the pitch that I was surprised he threw. Here he comes in, almost gets him. As you said, he set him up for that slider away. Barajas only 14 walks. Draws one there.
You have to try hard to walk him.
Oh, and here's our favorite guy. This guy will put on a bat on you. And he drove in a run last time. Very tough out.
Speaking of Jamie Carroll, first pitch, pitcher's pitch, inside corner, 0-1. Mentioned that RBI back in the 6th inning, only 12 batted in this year. Now he's scored 42 times. There's 2 out there for him to score. Shallow and to the other way is where the defensive. Really, for my money, not even shallow enough in that outfield.
Well, and you see with Jamie Carroll, you've got to bust him inside. He's one of those guys that looks to shoot the ball the other way. So if you're Houston Street, you just can't continue to go away like you did against Barajas.
The single was the other way, correct? 0-2.
Yeah, I just run it in on Carroll. Just continue to run it in. Because you know, again, the type of hitter he is a guy that wants to shoot the ball the other way. Don't help him out by throwing it outside.
There will be many signs, but watch the catcher. Watch where Iannetta goes. And we're going up. One and two the count. Tying run is at second base. Go ahead run is at first. They're busy in the Rockies bullpen. Big fella lefty Matt Reynolds. Rafael Betancourt. We'll call him the deliberate right-hander. The 1-2. Into the dirt. Went away.
That's a great job by Chris Iannetta there. Sliding to his knees, ball bouncing in the dirt. Keeps it in front of him, doesn't let the runners advance. That's just a great job.
Interesting, we talked earlier about Tulowitzki, who will not hesitate as a shortstop to visit the mound. He's got a veteran right by him in Andre Ethier. And don't be surprised if Troy decides to come in and say, just change the signs up here. If I'm the pitcher, I say, just let me pitch here.
You got to look for that fastball in right now.
The 2-2. High fly center field. He got it in enough, didn't he? That late run on it. And Jamie Carroll in the air. You love when he hits it in the air.
Well, you mentioned it. Houston Street has that run on it. Comes into a right-handed hitter. He started that ball middle in and just ran in on Jamie's hands.
Tony Gwynn Jr. is called upon. Began his career in the Milwaukee Brewers organization out of San Diego State. And if you're brand new to baseball, when you see Tony Gwynn Jr., yes, Dad is the legendary pure hitter for the San Diego Padres. I'm going to step aside for a moment. We will reset when we come back. Betancourt. A little bit of high stress with 2 runners on. Can never tell if he is in stress or not. Very deliberate as he goes about his business. Unique manner in which he comes set. And he doesn't walk anyone. I mean, never really has in the big leagues.
Oh, and Jim Tracy has made him the closer right now. You know, Houston Street coming off the disabled list doesn't go right into the closer role because of this right here. Look at those numbers. 30 strikeouts in 17 innings. How about the earned runs? That's a 0. As you mentioned, Darren, only 1 walk. And he's basically taken the job and run with it. Jim Tracy said that it's about everybody on the team. It's about getting wins, and right now, he's our closer.
Out of Cumana and Venezuela, Rafael Betancourt. It will be a 4-out save if he makes it to the finish line. Tony Gwynn Jr. has done a nice job in this situation. Serving most of the year and has certainly seen his fair share of starts, but as the 4th outfielder for Los Angeles. There was a time before Juan Rivera came on board, he was playing a lot more in left. One and 0 the count. First fastball 91 miles an hour. Paints. 1-1 the count. The one-time Cleveland Indian that was acquired in a trade by the Colorado Rockies back in July of 2009. The 2 veterans are on. Ethier, he singled. Barajas, he walked. Jamie Carroll flied to center for the 2nd out in the inning. One and 2. 94.
Yeah, just blew that fastball by him. See, when you throw a fastball by a hitter like that, you know, I always wonder, why does the pitcher come back and try to trick him? And just throw another fastball. Get it up there. I'd like to see Ethier get a little better lead off of second base.
Pretty safe lead, not much secondary at all.
No, and you know, he's been thrown out twice in the last 2 days at home plate. Earlier today and last night, a sac fly hit the, well, would have been a sac fly. Fly ball to Dexter Fowler. But he's got to give himself an opportunity here. You know, Tulowitzki shades him a little bit, but then backs away, and he's got to bounce. Short lead, not getting much of a secondary at all.
Up and away. Gwynn lets it sail on by. Slapping at that right leg as if to say, stay back. Don't be leaking out. Miles waits on deck. It's been away the entire time. Really guarding the line, so a ton of space on the left side if they go away again. He did. It's low. 3-2 the count. He's worked it.
Well, and that's what you don't want to do, just because it puts the runners in motion. Now it doesn't matter really what kind of lead Ethier has. Base hit to the outfield, he should score easily. This also takes the force out at second base for the most part. Barajas should be able to get there.
the deliberate right-hander with a 3-2 count. And the runners go. High pop. He went back out there again. Same pitch of fastball, nowhere near squaring it up. The new Rockies closer is an old hand at getting big outs. Some sluggers due up.
Carlos Gonzalez has been doing it all day long, and he's been doing it with his legs. Drops a bunt down here in the first inning. And in the 7th inning, just to show you that, hey, this isn't a fluke. I like to bunt. Did it again. Gets on base both times. This is a guy, remember, in his last 13 games, 8 home runs. Question is, will he go for the hat trick here?
Well, let us see what he tries to pull out as Elbert goes to work. Heck of a high school football player Scott Elbert was. Made those legs stronger. Always been a hard thrower. Rod Barajas back behind the plate as well. Beat him with a fastball. He went after him and he beat him. That sun has been tough all day long if you're just joining us. Now it's time for the Just for Men Keep Your Edge spotlight. And just as Troy Tulowitzki has given the Rockies the edge today, you too can keep your edge with Just for Men mustache and beard.
Well, you look at that. Gonzalez, Tulowitzki. 6, Dodgers 5. See the 6 RBIs there by those 2 stars. And you know, Tulowitzki, the 2 home runs he hit, one was real far, the other was real hard. The more and more you see of this kid, man. I'm going to change that. The more and more you see of these kids, both of them.
Two 2-0 the count to Troy Tulowitzki. You look at where he stands overall. First of all, he's having an incredible second half. Getting close to 400, including today now in the second half. Not many better offensive shortstops in the game. That time the breaking ball. How about that pitch on Tua? Interesting. and it was effective. Next weekend, college football comes to FX. Gus Johnson, Charles Davis, they call the action from Norman, Oklahoma. The number 1 ranked Oklahoma Sooners host upset-minded and in-state rivals Tulsa. The FX Saturday College Football Game of the Week, presented by Russell Athletic all season long on FX. Check local listings for the channel. And start time in your area. Go to foxsports.com to check out Charles Davis's preseason power rankings. Helton fouls it off. Yes, it's that time of year again. Fall baseball will melt into college football and NFL football as well on Fox. And it won't be 97 in LA anymore. Outside, 1-1 the count. He was a football player, well-documented story. Talked about a lot throughout of his career with Peyton Manning in Tennessee. He was the backup. Next, Seth Smith, who waits on deck, backed up Eli Manning at Ole Miss. It's kind of the quarterback portion of the order here with Helton and Smith.
There he is. Seth Smith. I'm going to keep saying that. I changed it.
It's one of my toughest ones.
Yeah, Seth Smith.
See the Rockies all the time. One of the toughest ones for me. It's such a simple name. As that one is outside. I was glad to have you join the club. I thought I was the only one.
I was using the hybrid version.
2-2 the count.
Well, this is big. If Albert get him back in the dugout, 1-run game. You have the top of the Dodgers lineup. Not to be yet.
Well, he put it on him there, didn't he? Lefty on lefty. Didn't try to pull it. That was pretty. He's been doing that kind of stuff his whole career. Todd Helton, he needed that. That would have been an 0 for 5. A donut hole he didn't want to ride back to the bus to the hotel, though. So now Seth Smith digs in.
Tell it. Had a baby there.
You talk about Helton. That's career hit number 2,358. Swing and a miss. 0-1 the count to Smith. Well, a little more football. Albert was a heck of a football player. Best running back in the state of Missouri a couple of years back before he began as a pro ball player. Ran for 2,500 yards and 36 touchdowns. At Seneca High School in Missouri. Joplin, Missouri area, Seneca, Missouri. Gave up football before the fall of '03 to focus on baseball his senior season. I'm sure his football coach was thrilled about that. You know, the Dodgers were. Swing and a miss, and that's why. Left arms like that don't grow on trees. Number 1 pick out of high school of Los Angeles in '04. And it's one of those rare guys that they keep sticking with him. He's a 2-time Arizona Fall League participant. Kind of a developmental league for the best prospects. Usually you go there once.
Well, he's had some injury issues and coming back, but he's persevered. Found his role this year. But again, very important. You can get the Dodgers back in the dugout, only 1 run down. As I mentioned, the top of the lineup. That means Matt Kemp will hit in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the MVP candidate.
You're hanging your hat on a solid point. So much is made of setup men when a team has a lead. This is just as important for the relief pitcher. And he did it. Boy, that's nasty stuff. Oh. Is there something for these Dodgers? We'll see what Matt Kemp has to say about it. Saturday Baseball presented by Gillette Fusion Pro Glide. All right, here we go. People talking about playing out the string. These clubs certainly aren't playing like they're quote-unquote playing out the string. Colorado Rockies still have visions of a magical September. The Dodgers would like to go ahead and ruin that and step on by them and say, what about us? Starts with Aaron Miles, then it goes to James Loney. And then the return from the refrigerator moment, Matt Kemp due up third.
Well, if the Dodgers could pick any three they'd want up, these are the guys. Probably in this order as well.
Miles has singled twice. He has scored a run. Fastball, you know it'll be over the outside corner, 0-1. The Dodgers 18 and 17 in one-run games. The Rockies 4 below 500 at 19 and 23. In. Stunning everyone. Doesn't go in there much. An effective pitch. Fighting the sun. Play is made out there by Mark Ellis.
I think he even stunned the catcher, Chris Iannetta, because Iannetta was set up outside.
So he missed it. Missed his spot. I guess sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, huh?
You see Iannetta set up on the outer half of the plate. You see he comes way across. But again, if you're going to miss, don't miss over the middle of the plate. Miss on corners, and that's what Betancourt did. This is where you almost have to cheat if you're James Loney. Just look away. Look away and think left center. That's where every pitch, as you mentioned, has been thrown.
James Loney drives it. Well struck deep right field. We are tied! Several weeks for the man who has taken over the closer's role. His manager, Don Mattingly, talking before the game about Loney, wondering about that hot streak he's been on, continuing to hope that he'd drive the ball more. How's that, Skipper?
Well, he cheated right there, no question about it, but he was cheating, ready to open up. That pitch up over the middle of the plate. 8 home runs this year for James Loney, 6 of them against the Colorado Rockies.
Here's Kemp. Over the inside corner, it's a strike. He saw a dive on that pitch on the replay. I'm wondering if that wasn't a changeup right down the middle. 0-1 the count. Either way, we're tied at 6. Slider without conviction. 1-1 the count. He's a different pitcher now.
And no question that rattled him. Maybe Houston Street inches back to that closer position in the next few days.
That was a crazy graphic, by the way, with James Loney.
Yeah, with 6 home runs.
1-2 the count. Kidding me? He gets out his little pocket schedule. He's driving in the car, gets it out, and just puts his foot on the gas when he remembers who he's playing.
No question.
It's the Rockies. All right. Let's play 2. Matt Kemp, high fly. Did he get it? Did not square it up. There to make the play out there is Seth Smith. Jim Tracy's heart skipped a beat. He did not square it up.
Well, Betancourt got away with another. This pitch runs in. Iannetta calling for it outside. Runs in just enough.
He was hoping that his buddy would go back-to-back with him and send everyone home happy. So now it's Juan Rivera. Singled in a run, scored in the 6th inning. Juan Rivera pops it up. I mean, it looks like it's straight up the chimney. Is there room? You bet. Nice play by Iannetta. Well, the Dodgers spoil things for these Colorado Rockies. We've got some free baseball here at Dodger Stadium. He picked on a changeup, and he crushed it. He saw Ty Wigginton was called upon to pinch hit. He said, I've got to go to my bullpen. Let's get with Javi Guerra. Man out of the bullpen. You know what we're going to do? We're going to step aside. We'll see you guys in just a minute. ties this ball game up at 6. Javi Guerra, the closer for the Dodgers, comes on going for the win in a tie game. A great story at 2.27 ERA. And you want to talk about a story, it's now officially a novel when you talk about this man. Nearly 1,400 RBIs in his career, more than 400 home runs, and he's having a nice year. Giambi with 12 long balls. Pitches outside, 1-0 the count to Giambi. And most of his damage has been done playing every day when Helton not in. He's 4 of 25 as a pinch hitter with 1 home run.
Well, he's up there for one reason. It's not to work the count or get down to first base. It's to hit something in the seats or off a wall. You mentioned a great career. Long Beach State product, just like Troy Tulowitzki.
You're going to have to share part of your fee with him because he joined us as a color analyst earlier for an inning. 1-1 the count. Swing and a miss. Educate us a little bit more about this new kid on the block for the Dodgers in this role anyway.
Well, you know, he was kind of thrust into this role, and it wasn't as if anybody full job. Again, because of injuries, been given an opportunity. But right now, is a hitter difficult to see up at the plate because of the shadows. See right there, you got the sunlight, shadow.
We'll do it again, 2-2 the count.
Very difficult to pick up the spin on the baseball. Why off-speed pitches, whether it's a slider or curveball, very effective in this situation.
Got a high slider by him. Little cut on that fastball or a slider. It was up, but I guess effective. 1 out.
Well, up and out of the zone. And as I mentioned, it's difficult as a hitter right now to see the ball, especially if you're the type of hitter that's trying to drive the ball. Those type of guys right now in this situation that are looking to just make contact, slap it around, usually much more effective with the shadows.
Here from Denton, Texas, drafted out of high school by the Dodgers. A high pick, 4th round in 04. Now there's a bender strike over the outside corner to Chris Iannetta. Talk about being thrust into the role. He has had some save seasons in the minor leagues. Back in 09, had 16 saves. Late on a fastball. It looks like it's fastball, either a cutter or a slider, and a good curveball too.
And I think what the Dodgers like most about him is his fortitude. He's gone out there and hasn't seemed to get rattled. Takes the ball in any situation. And it also helps that you throw 94.
One and two the count. Chops that one foul. There's that bender. The Texan ready to go again. Love this move in baseball. The manager brings in the closer. It basically says, I like to call, I'm going for the win. Get a clean inning. Let's go for the win here. Got to win it in the bottom of the 10th. Well, if Iannetta gets a hit in this at bat, remember that. Remember him fouling off a tough pitch away and just staying alive. It's half a hitting sometimes.
Well, you know, though, if he goes with the off speed or spins something up there, I'm not really sure there's going to be solid contact.
The 1-2. Didn't get it where he wanted to.
No.
2-2 the count. Iannetta, an 0 for 4 day with a couple of strikeouts.
As we mentioned, though, at the top of the show, a 380 clip on base percentage coming into the game. Very rare to keep him off the base.
There's an example right there. Fouling off tough breaking balls and taking pitches at the chest.
I mean, I've almost got to go breaking ball here. You know, just trust my stuff enough and let him try and hit it.
He went fastball. Ionetta's hanging around.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As a hitter, you know it's going to be a fastball. You could cheat a little bit. I think if you throw him off speed, the difficulty of picking up the ball and the fact that you're sitting on fastball.
Pitch number 9 about to come home. He's going to wait to sell him anything until Ionetta face forward gets comfortable in the box. There you go. The 3-2. A hanger. An ugly hanger, but it's always pretty when you get strike 3. Game 2, David Ortiz of a double dip, bottom of the second. 1 on. Ortiz out of here. His 27th of the year. Graham Godfrey gave that one up. Pedroia came around to score. There's a double dip between those two. Boston leads at 3-0. Boston won game 1 9-3 over Oakland. As that pitch is low. 1-0 the count. Two outs in the inning. Herrera came on a few innings back, part of a double switch right there. 1-1.
And this is the type of guy that I think has more of a chance than the previous 2 hitters, at least making contact. Not the big swinger, just trying to put the bat on the ball.
Surrounding it out there and making the plays, Miles. We'll return to Los Angeles after a word from your local Fox station. Born in South Carolina, makes his home in the great state of Washington. Jason Hamill goes to work. Guy who had pitched as a starter for these Colorado Rockies. 10th round pick in 2002 out of junior college in Oregon, Trevor Valley Junior College. Treasure, I should say, Valley. And he faces Andre Ethier. 11 walk-off hits.
Well, and Ethier does have a home run against Hamill, hitting .360 against him in 22 at-bats.
He arrives late to the party at times, and this is when he has been at his best. Good fastball, strike one. Today, fly to center field, struck out, intentionally walked, and then he singled. Laid off of that tough breaking ball outside. 0-2, or 1-1, I should say, the count. There's your numbers you spoke of. Tried to grab the inside corner. No comebacker, though. 2-1 the count. Firm ground ball right to short. Tulowitzki, Ethier streaking hard up the line. And he is erased. Only 12 days until the NFL season starts. Create your fantasy football game team today at foxsports.com/fantasy. Play against friends, compete against others on Fox Sports users. It's easy, it's free, it's easy to play. Sign up today at foxsports.com/fantasy. Heck, if you play against friends, you can play against enemies if you'd like. Have it out with them. Here's Casey Blake. Breaking ball into the dirt. There's some nice histories. There's plenty in that arm, but it misses outside. Barajas on deck has a good history as well.
Problem with extra innings, though, guys go up to the plate trying to end it in one swing. Thus you get a lot of strikeouts. You get games that last a little longer. But instead of going up there trying to manufacture one, go up there, give a good at-bat, try to get down to first base. Make something happen.
The 2-1. I think if he holds on to it, that's a strike. 3-1 the count. A lot of life on that ball, and certainly a lively arm.
That pitch looked like it was right down the middle. Iannetta just kind of knocked it down.
Outside, ball 4. He took care of Ethier. Got him on a ground out to short. Now he walks the winning run in front of Rod Barajas, who has homered twice in his career against Hamill.
Well, I said it earlier. I think the hitters will cheat on a fastball. If you can throw off speed, you'll be successful as a pitcher right here. We saw Javi Garrett do it earlier to Chris Iannetta on a 3-2 pitch. And you can bet that Rod Barajas is going to be cheating, looking for a fastball.
My goodness, I think he popped 2 buttons off his jersey with that swing.
And that was that fastball up. He's not looking to hit a double. He's looking to trot around the bases and end this thing. Like I said, though, you throw off speed right here, I think you win the battle. See those numbers against Jason Hamill.
Right down the middle and a hanger. 0-2.
It's just, you mentioned it's right down the middle and it's a hanger, and under normal circumstances a guy would pull the trigger on that and swing. Just can't see it. I mean, that's a pitch that normally you lose maybe 3 buttons off your shirt.
0-2 the count. Inside, good 0-2 pitch. Has him move his feet a bit.
I'm not sure I like that, though, because as a hitter, you don't really care if you get hit right. put runners on first and second, I go with the breaking ball. Spin it up there.
The eyes of Iannetta as he gives a sign to follow. 1-2 the count. Off the end of the bat, shallow left field. They're playing oh so deep, and it's in there. Tried to pull the pitch down and away. Was thinking, as you said all along, hit it out of here, and just fortunate.
Well, this is an off-speed pitch, and it's actually a nice pitch. Barajas doing a good job of putting the bat on the ball. But I absolutely believe that's the right pitch selection right there. The other thing I mentioned, where as a hitter in these situations, when there's runners on first and second now with Jamie Carroll, you're almost diving into the pitch. You don't care if he's going to come inside, he better not miss inside. Because if he hits you, it may hurt a little bit, but it doesn't hurt nearly as bad if the bases are loaded.
Now with Carroll, that wouldn't shock me at all. That seems to be right in his wheelhouse. Shoots it the other way, and the grittiest of them all, and the peskiest of them all, Aaron Miles might put up a fight with an opportunity, and he's had good career numbers as well. There's 3 extra base hits mixed in there.
Well, remember, Houston Street, when he retired Jamie Carroll, got him out inside. Jason Hamill right there, the very first pitch goes away. I don't think going away is going to retire Jamie Carroll. You've got to go in.
There you go.
And the danger is if you go in, like I said, as a hitter right now, you don't like to get hit, but there's a time to be hit. You're not going to move your feet.
I'll let the young man worry about the hitter there. I understand about keeping him close, but throw Tulowitzki right there. Well, maybe a bit too much. 1-1 the count. Into the dirt. Now Chris Iannetta, gold star for that block. Everything's big with those runners out there. You won't read anything in tomorrow's paper or online about catchers blocking up pitches. But that man's still at second, and he's still at first. The 2-1. Outside, 3-1 the count.
Justin Sellers there on deck. Done a nice job for the Dodgers. Shortstop, second baseman. Looking fastball away right here if I'm Jamie Carroll.
The 3-1 to Carroll. High pop up, very shallow left. That's an easy chance, and it's put away. Ran it in. Took your advice from up here.
Yeah, you know, I'm just seeing it with a 3-1 pitch right there. I'm looking for a fastball away, and if I don't get it, I don't swing at it. He ran that thing in and tied up Carroll. I should say I don't swing at it. I don't want to swing at it.
There you go. Yeah.
I have to catch myself sometimes. Many a times I should have been looking for a certain pitch and didn't do so.
So now Justin Sellers, 25 years old, local product out of Bellflower, California. He's getting his feet wet in the majors, his 14th major league appearance. Hitting .265 with 7 runs batted in. Inside, 1-0 the count to Sellers.
Well, the Dodgers really like this kid. They compare him to a Jamie Carroll. They're very gritty, going to give you a tough at bat, not afraid of any situation. See, not a real big kid.
Outside, patiently working the count. Drafted out of Marina High School. Was originally an A in 2005. Then Oakland moved into Chicago and literally just purchased by the Dodgers heading into the season. No big trade involved there. And what is it his skipper talked about the fact that he's just not going to be overwhelmed. He just thinks he belongs. Whether it's true or not, he certainly acts like he does.
Well, and you know that's 90% of the battle. Believing in yourself.
The 2-0. In. Nowhere close. He almost pushed that side on. Not that big, tall delivery used to seeing. Miles waits. We have Carroll and Sellers and Miles, all similar type players. Justin hit .304 with a .400 on base in AAA this year in Albuquerque. And he's on. Bases are loaded. Well, that's the at-bat of a youngster that's not overwhelmed.
Well, it's one thing when you go up to the plate in those situations, the adrenaline's running, and you've got to try to compose yourself. You've got to take deep breaths. You've got to try and stay calm. And that's going on right now in Aaron Miles. He's thinking, all right, I get a base hit here. We walk off. But you've got to remember, the pitcher is the one that's in trouble right now. As a hitter, you have 3 pitches, theoretically 3 strikes, to hit 1 ball hard.
The biggest of slugger looks on as one of the peskiest and most diminutive guys tries to end this ball game. Right down Broadway. Actually missed his spot. 0-1. Aaron has had success against him as well. Like the others in this inning, 3 of 6. The 0-1. Got him way out front. They pulled the string on him. 0-2 the count. There's the run that matters. Swing and a miss, a hammer of a breaking ball on 0-2. And the Dodgers leave the bases loaded. We move on to the 11th, tied at 6. Knees and elbows and some heat. He's a veteran, been around for a long time. Mike McDougal was a #1 pick in '99, so quite a while back, by the Royals out of Wake Forest University. It's kind of been a career resurgence because whether it was missing out of the zone or not staying healthy to where he wants to, he has been a very dependable man for the Dodgers out of the bullpen.
Well, he really has. And you talk about the arms and legs. That is not overstating it at all. See Justin Sellers out there at shortstop. McDougal just kind of slings the ball, and as a hitter, especially a right-handed hitter, very difficult to hit. A lot of movement on his fastball. And again, because he is so tall, he looks like he's right on top of you as a hitter. Not a comfortable at-bat.
I love your hitters, that comfortable, uncomfortable. But yeah, you can have a comfortable 0 for 4, right?
I mean, there's something to be said. You can go in and you can anchor yourself down in a batter's box against certain guys, and just let's go at it. And there's others that there's a little bit of fear factor. That gives the pitcher advantage.
McDougal has capitalized on that right down the middle, 94 miles an hour. Casey Blake, just in case, is 2 steps onto the grass at third. For Fowler, 0-1 the count. Casey cheating in, maybe cheat a cup of coffee here when he gets back into that dugout. 0-1 the count. Either that or in deep focus. Inside corner, 96 miles an hour. No balls and 2 strikes to count on Dexter Fowler. Finally starting to do what I think Rockies folks thought he could do. Hasn't done a bunch today. He's 1 of 5. But over the last few weeks, starting to piece it together. Into the dirt it goes. In his last 36 games, hitting over 300. And your favorite number, walking, his on base is 402 in that time.
Well, that's the thing. A guy like Dexter Fowler just getting on base. The next step he needs to take as a player is to learn how to steal bases. He has the speed, but we talked about it. 8 stolen bases this year, 9 caught stealing.
The 1-2. Hard ground ball into the sunlight. That one goes. Loney with a Saturday stroll, Saturday evening stroll to the bag. In time for the out. Let's go to Milwaukee, where I think the Brewers may never lose again. A DirecTV game break. Prince Fielder says, "You guys talking about MVP out there at Dodger Stadium?" Excuse me. 4-1 Milwaukee jumping out. They lead at 5-1. 29 homers. Ryan Dempster had to wear that one. 102 RBIs for Fielder.
Again, I think the biggest problem for him is going to be his teammate Ryan Braun. Those two will split votes out there in Milwaukee, probably hindering both chances, or either one of their chances, to win the MVP.
Which is both a logical yet very disconcerting reason that could occur.
Right, no, it's reality.
Milwaukee is just up and put their foot on the gas. We'll see you later, Mr. LaRusso. 1-1 the count, and for one of baseball's smallest markets, with one of baseball's most passionate fan bases, good for them. They've been drawing over 3 million the last couple of years consistently.
And you mentioned managers of the year. Kirk Gibson, obviously, in Arizona. Ron Renicky in Milwaukee has done a great job as well.
You are on the money with that, because for my money, the players have kind of taken over the locker room with Ken Maka as the skipper. And instead of Prince Fielder and Ryan Braun developing as leaders as they should, it wasn't that kind of situation. Way too comfortable in that locker room. Chopped out. Getting a look at Sellers. It'll look easy. On across. So Fowler is erased on a ground out. And now Ellis on the ground as well. Now here's the guy that could start changing this game. McDougal's got that good sinker going, so we'll see what Carlos Gonzalez has up his sleeve. We know he's got 4 hits today already. Tulowitzki waits for his chance, hopes to have an opportunity. Oh, what do you do with that? There's your uncomfortable description, that pitch right there.
And Gonzalez, I think he's looking for something away. That thing on the inner half of the plate.
You move as if it's going to hit you, and it's a strike.
Inside.
Nearly got it inside on the corner. You can hear Brian Knight back there. Hear Brian for the first time today, letting him know it was inside. One and one the count. Tulowitzki waits. Gonzalez began his career with the Diamondbacks at 16 years old. Born in Venezuela. As he rockets that one into the seats. They could have been looking at an outfield in Arizona with Gonzalez, Upton, and Chris Young. And he was moved in a massive trade that brought Dan Herron back. Gonzalez moved again from Oakland. And the Matt Holliday deal. He's been moved for a couple of big boys with regard to experience. And he has new life.
Well, McDougal throwing those fastballs in the inner half of the plate that run back over the middle of the plate. This time starts on the inner half of the plate with a slider. Instead of breaking out over the plate, continues in. Gonzalez doing a nice job of fouling it off.
One ball and two strikes to count on Cargo. Right after 96 up there at the letters. McDougal's dad, Tom, pitched in the Kansas City A's farm system in the 60s. Some pretty good teammates that Dad could tell son about. How about coming through the ranks with Sal Bando, Raleigh Fingers, and Joe Rudy? Dad didn't get past A-ball, but I bet had some stories to tell. Meantime, elbows and knees come to the plate. Swing and a miss and a breaking ball. That's strike three. Mike McDougal, a nice fit in Southern California. Loney, Kemp, and Rivera. Stay tuned. company because this man enjoyed a changeup out over the plate. Tied things up, bottom of the ninth inning. People want him to drive the ball more over the last few years. I'll say he drove that one. And James Loney here in the bottom half of inning number 11 now as this game rolls on, tied at 6. Eric Karros, Darren Sutton, and you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, inviting us into your home. Away we go, 1-0 the count.
I know he hit a home run last time, but as a leadoff guy right here, just try to set the table for the middle of your lineup.
Well, he's patiently waiting as that one sails up and out of there. Two 2-0 the count. He's walked them off before. High pop up on 2-0. Not the swing he had hoped for. And that is an easy chance. We are told this is the Mojo package we're sharing with you. 3 game-ending hits this season. April 17th against St. Louis, Ryan Franklin. Thanks for coming. Franklin gone as the closer. April 21st against Atlanta, Christian Martinez. He wore it. August 12th, 0-0 tie. David Carpenter scoring Blake. 5 walk-off hits in his career. 3 of the 5 are home runs. Matt Kemp. That one is on the inside corner for a strike. Kemp drove in a run back in the 6th inning when he reached on a fielder's choice. Fastball just too much for him as he takes it out of the catcher's mitt. Suddenly it's 0-2.
Matt Kemp, the big swing right there. James Loney in the previous at-bat on a 2-0 pitch, the big swing. There's James. Big swing comes when you've got 2 outs. A guy like Matt Kemp, he can do it at any time.
High fly ball, well struck, deep right field. Carlos Gonzalez. And Kemp with a long look at the man that has meant so much to him, Davey Lopes, as he sails on by. The Dodgers walk him off. Matt gets it done. Season for Kemp. He took a pitch the other way and is strong enough to get it over the boards and right.
Well, and that's where his power is, center right. It's his 100th RBI. As we talk, he's on his quest now for 40-40. 30-30 yesterday. Next stop, 40-40. That's his 31st home run.
Just over the board. And there it is, the century mark. 100 RBIs for Matt Kemp. 7-6 the final score. Dashing that possible September to remember again for Colorado. Getting tackled down there. His teammates taking it out on him. Yeah, they're chanting MVP in the stands down below. Matt Kemp, can you hear him down there chanting MVP?
Yeah,
it's been a tough year, I know. You and I talked before the game, but this has been one of those years where I know you have enjoyed doing all you can for your teammates. True?
Definitely. This is a great atmosphere. Yeah, it has been a pretty rough year, but you know, we've been playing baseball well this past week, and you know, we got September coming up, and you know, take this into September and keep it going.
Hey, Matt, I was watching the game today. In some cases on the base pass, you know, it looked like maybe you forgot some certain situations. But what I've admired most this year is your ability to be mentally tough and to battle the entire game. You did it today. What do you attribute that to?
Oh man, just staying with the game. You know, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to be perfect. You know, there might be sometimes I have some mental lapses and not do my job the right way. But I'm going 100%. I'm trying to get my team some wins.
But we know who keeps you on track. You told us. And when you hit that ball out to right field, you had all eyes on Davey Lopes as it went by. Share your thoughts when you stared at him as you went by, and share to us what the legendary Dodger has meant to you.
Oh, man, he's been a big inspiration to me. We've been working real hard and trying to step my game up even more. And, you know, he's always been there for me. He's a great motivator. And, you know, I'm thankful that the Dodgers brought him here, and he's taught me a lot.
Matt Kemp, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in that race for the MVP. You know he won the race home. And for his efforts, you get the tar beat out of him. Come on, guys. It's the MVP. Go easy on him. We'll have more after this from Los Angeles to wrap it up.